All right, let's party. Wow. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oh, cool, cool, cool. My little, my cringe pedal is near me. Like, I could put other things on there, and I really should. I technically have, like, if I hit the middle, it'll, like, timestamp the particular area of the stream. I mostly use it for pun cringing. How's it going, nerds? Welcome, 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 welcome. How you doing, Jay? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Buddy? How you doing, Horror Loving? Nice. How you doing? I don't get to say Boniface. I don't get to say your full last name very often, so that sounds like fun. How you doing, Boniface? How you doing, Moss? How you doing, Derp? Thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the money now more than ever. How you doing, Matthew? Supremely noise. Oh shit, yeah, you are really close to like 300. 2 more days. So next week. Yeah. And how you doing, Ars? How you doing, the Casual Maker? And yeah, I did not have time to unite. I think basically what I need to do anyway is I just need to switch to StreamerBot. Apparently it will take StreamerBot to merge the Hal Pals forever, so that's going to be happening. Stigmatism. Jesus Christ. That one got a laugh out of me. But how you nerds doing? I am doing pretty good. I got to play 3 games of Turnip today. I did a lot of packing this weekend, and I also got I got in 2 different tours of apartments, so both of those have been pretty nice for the most part. Like, I think overall things have been pretty good. I'm in that interesting spot where like one of them adds maybe about like 15 minutes to my commute, but has a lot more like cool walkable stuff nearby. Like, it's like, oh, there's like restaurants and it's like kind of downtowny, but sort of not. So if I wanted to like go do things and kind of like live in a city, I can. But like, you know, I'm already strapped on time in my daily life, so that also is the other option is apparently one that's kind of close by. that's a tricky thing. I don't think I've actually properly mentioned the 3D printer. Realistically, I don't think I would mention anything about them. I think as long as I put like enough like coverage on the like, I'll probably double check. I'll probably double check just to be sure. I could also just be like, oh, I didn't know. And if I can't 3D print, that's going to be tricky. I think the one that would let me 3D print the most, potentially, which is like more of like a small townhouse, I have not been able to like get a tour of them yet. I was supposed to get a tour last week, but they didn't have the place I would actually tour available. So yeah, I mean the thing is like you can get effectively like those like grow hoods that are meant for more like growing plants and stuff, and you can get one of those and kind of filter it to go outside. I think as long as I'm not like splashing resin everywhere, it's like functionally no different than like making a really messy pizza, I guess. Or like, I don't know. I'm sure it'll be fine though. Your better apartment, easiest move. Oh, that sounds nice. I am basically no matter where I go, I am going to be losing between 400 to 600 square feet. And yes, delicious. I mean, I have to imagine, I'm going to be real. A lot of pizzas are not great for you in general in terms of like avoiding cancer. How you doing, Fuber? How you doing? So yeah, I don't know. I'll find out. I might get some clarification on that because I don't know if like, as much as I like having a 3D printer, I don't know if I would like let that dictate where I live. I mean, I have enough minis in my life that like, if I need to like put away my 3D printer for a couple years, that wouldn't be the worst, or at least a resin printer. I feel like FDM printers you could probably get away with. Be like, yeah, no, this is just, plastic fumes, like regular kind of shit. I don't know. But yeah, I think if I got like a tube or something, I think Oh yeah, by the way, for what I'm painting today, I'm doing this lad. You saw him a little bit previously. I have had this guy in my what's it called? In my backlog, in my pile of shame since 2019, I believe. It was either 2019 or really early 2020. So let's guesstimate up or whatever. I mean, I could maybe get like a storage facility. The other option is that there are places called like, there are like maker spaces. I have not looked into a local maker space, but like, if I need to just to do a couple of resin prints on the, like for like $50 a month, I could, I guess. I don't think I'd be jazzed by it, but like it's distinctly possible. But yeah, it's been interesting. It's been interesting. Like I said, it's like right now the like assuming that the place that I might be able to tour like later this month does like it's the one. How you doing, Steve? How you doing? The other place is the one that's like basically going like, okay, you can tour on this date, but it might be gone by then. And like on one hand they're being a little cheeky, but on the other hand that is a very like competitive is a strong word, but like very desired region of town. So like that one generally might go by before I could actually take a tour of it. I don't know. But yeah, so like assuming that that one falls through, it really comes down to like, do I trade additional time and some like maybe some traffic inconvenience for like a more bustling city life? I love saying the phrase bustling city life. You can tell that I've not really truly lived in a city ever. Or like Or do I say fuck it and just get a place that's like very, very close to like what I got right now, where it's just like very similar region and like very, very similar region, but like less space. But otherwise, I get to keep a lot of stuff. Also, how you doing, Clone Squad? Wait, what's wrong with again? I have not camped in a hot minute. Also, how you doing, Stop Motion Gamer? How you doing? Wait, are you from Brazil? Hell yeah, let's go. Nice. How you doing, Zetai? So I have like effectively two LGSs. One is like 30 minutes away, and the other one is maybe like 10. If I move to either one of them, like the one place that would change the least, it would probably be more or less the same thing. I got you. I got you, Stop Motion Gamer. I think I'm hearing a bear or something like that. It's you gotta slap it on the nose to assert dominance. Actually, remember, you're supposed to like clap really loud just to scare a bear, because bears are like most animals. They really don't want to fight. At the end of the day, the vast majority of animals do not want to fight. And that's usually how you kind of like scare them off. I need to get some fucking brown. Like I can feel that like the bottle's getting lighter. I usually don't get that very often. Unless they're hungry, yeah, and then, you know, I mean, there's only so much you could really do at the end of the day against a bear, so do what you can. Yeah, I feel like if you see a white bear in fucking, like, wherever you're at, you definitely fucked up. Got a collection of 600 miniatures. Amateur. But, you know, I mean, no, that's also real. I don't know, what you potentially working on right now? I mean, you could be working on minis right now, assuming you're not at, like, a work situation or whatever. I know some of you nerds watch me at work, and, you know, just don't get in trouble, and otherwise you're fine, though. Rent, like I said, rent has been going pretty decent. I found potentially 2 places. One of them is very much where, like, near where I'm at right now. Sleeping, that's also fair. That's also fair. One of them is basically where I'm at now-ish, but, like, slightly different. And the other one is more, like, in, like, the downtown of where I live, where it is, going to be, like, much a longer drive and more annoying to, like, kind of reach some places. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not like you don't have a chance of like errant titty or like a bad toggle or whatever like that. Trying to create that. There is a place I was looking around. Like there was a place that wasn't that far where I am that was like $800 a month, and like, you know, like when people put stuff online, they really jazz it up, and you're like, okay, this is definitely like this apartment could be bad, but clearly they've like repainted everything and whatnot. No, these people are just like, here's a crack house. You know what it is. You know what you want. I'm like, oh, okay. Hydrate. Big stretchy. But yeah, it's gonna be like that. Oh, hey, let's go. I still have yet to paint my, I did a joke observer that was like, so ages ago in the very first Trench Crusade Kickstarter, back before it was a game, they're like, yo, this is taking forever. So here's some STLs of some of the models. And one of them was the Observer. But the thing is, it's not, it wasn't like particularly like designed for 3D printing. It was very much like, fuck it, here's the file, do what you want. And I kind of want to maybe get like a proper one of these days. I'm a mimic elf, so it's I was made in the lab because elves don't fuck, and unfortunately I got into mini painting, so that's not gonna help that much there either, you know. But yeah, only you can turn this from a crack house to a crack home. For some reason, I was like, I know that like Martha Stewart is like the older white woman to think about that, but for some reason my brain went to Paula Deen. I mean, she could definitely make a crack house into a crack home, but it would be entirely with food that is like 90% butter. Which, to be fair, like, well, you know, the general like the difference between a restaurant and making food at home is that the restaurant doesn't care about you enough to put in 3 sticks of butter into the sauce. Oh. So this is the mini I'm working on today. This is the Chaos Lord on the Karkadrak. There we go. Right now, this brown is literally just charred brown by Vallejo game color. Nothing too crazy. Oh shit, yeah, you could use a Star Wars bits for that. I didn't think about that. That's kind of neat. How you doing, Linguini? How you doing? Base butter. I mean, it's probably, I don't know. I assume this would still be better for you just because, you know, crack is bad, but like, I imagine there's a certain tipping point where butter, I guess butter is just more easily available, so you could probably like more consistently ruin your life with butter. Oh, sorry, the rock color is, so I got this color by accident. This is brown gray by Proacryl. I say I got it by accident. I thought it was just going to be like a real dark gray. And it kind of is, but like, I was originally going to get it for some Space Wolves. I'm doing, at some point this year, I don't know when, I'm going to be doing 13th Company Space Wolves, but like back when they were still in the Eye of Terror. And they were just salvaging gear from Chaos Space Marines. And they need to run like Heresy colors, so it was just like basically like dark gray. Instead of baby blue, it's like, I like the Horus Heresy schemes and a lot of the alternate stuff. A lot of the Horus Heresy schemes are variations on gray. It just really is, you know? Oh yeah, Kolinsky brushes are definitely worth it. Plastic crack home, though, that's real. I feel like every other box I pack, it's like, a thing plus minis. Like it's very consistent. It's very, very, very consistent. Like what I need, like to pack and stuff like that. I've gotten like a decent amount of stuff done so far. Like it's definitely progress has definitely happened on the packing part of my move. I imagine like once I get like a real lock on a place, I'll really, 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 really go for it. I think I probably have like either one of those two that I've looked at like potentially good options. I think the worst case is that like if I can't get anything, I'll have to rent a storage space and I'll just live at work for a while, which would suck for many reasons, but like especially for streaming. But like that probably won't come down to pass. I don't think they would necessarily let me either, but it's like, well, if you want an employee, you're gonna have to let me do this. So, well, I don't think it's gonna come down to that. You know. 2 tournaments. Hey, let's go. We did I just came back from I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm just saying that like that for me, that is like the most backup contingency option I have. But like overall, it's not too bad. Like, you know, I think I could literally, I know some people there's a VTuber named Spike. I've not really gotten to see his stuff too much because he's got real Euro hours. Hasn't he done that before? I feel like he has, maybe. Maybe. Okay, yeah, just painting minis on a dashboard. That'd be kind of fun. The problem is the dashboards are really reflective. I don't think there's any way I could like not dox myself and paint minis on a car as much as I would like to. But I think that'd be fun to do as like a bit. Right. Or a ghost mask. I could. It's still not the same. Yeah, just slowly make the most suspicious looking car, and you're like, no, I'm not doing anything weird. I'm painting minis. All right, so this is my, what's it called? This is my guy on Lizard. He's definitely like moving towards being something that is done. Like I'm still working on bits and pieces. I think I'm gonna do I'm gonna do a little bit of orange rust. I'm just gonna use the like light rush? It's a fucking typo. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna use the light rush from AK for this. It's like a little bit of that like magic mix to kind of make it a bit diluted, by bit a lot. So like technically so when it comes to bases, this is originally an Age of Sigmar model, and I'm gonna be honest. There's like it mostly looks good for like the old world or whatever, but there is a helmet there, which is like, you know, it's whatever. It's whatever. I'm not super worried about that helmet. But like originally he came on a round base. I decided to give him a square base so I could use him for rank and flanks. Specifically more like OPR regiments instead of like proper like the old world, because like my group is very much like we like the idea of doing rank and flanks and having big battles, but like we really don't need like a million stupid fiddly little rules for everything. Like how much does like having like, you know, sometimes like the individual magic items are kind of cool, but then it's like, oh, this is just padding. Or like something that somebody thought was neat and they're like, oh god, it introduces a whole separate rule that like barely matters except for like in one specific instance, and that's why the rule books are like 3 million pages. So I don't need to like super duper stick to the old world for this, because I'm just kind of, you know, I'm just having fun with the lad. But I am putting on a big base for that, you know. Friends drive them my helmets with thick dreads. They really don't. There's that one guy who's been like, I think there's like a guy in New York who's like made like a, like basically like a knight helmet with a fucking baseball cap built in. I don't know if that would have extra dread space or not, but, or if that guy even sells those, and that's just probably like a bespoke piece, but that might, you know, that could potentially work. Oh, that's probably true. You probably do just need to upscale a helmet. Unless you could, like, cut a hole in the back for the dreads, which I don't know if that's, like, that feels like a bad idea, you know? The dreads are massive. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I guess if they're that big, I don't think the hole in the back option is going to work. Well, hopefully you can find the helmet that works. Yeah, but yeah, so basically, yeah, because this is going to be like a rank and flank, really this is all like, it's mostly a 2D game anyway, so like the fact that this guy is like, so the original base was, this, like this little rock is from his original base. This is plastic. This is cork, I think it's some sort of bark, and this is some sort of bark, and then the rest is like cork, and then plaster, and then whatnot. How you doing, Plague Bear? How you doing, Plague Doctor, man? How you doing? How you doing? Thank you. Yeah, this is like, I do think that like the Age of Sigmar version of like the Warriors of Chaos do have the sauce. I think they're pretty good, but also they're one of the easiest models. You can basically move to whatever game you want. They're just like, no one can really stop you. Not even G-dubs. How's how you doing, Lunarwind? How you doing? My day's been pretty good. I got to play Turnip. I basically woke up today and played Turnip a whole bunch and got hung out with my buds. So, you know, good day overall. Any day I get to play Turnip 28 and hang out with the buds is always pretty legit. How you doing, Nintendo? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, I've legitimately had this guy in my backlog for like a million years. Like straight up, like I said, probably 2019. I think realistically 2020 is probably... I would need to figure out when to start collecting bucks. Also, how you doing, Zero? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's like a very good classic kind of model for sure. I did zero. I like to modify my models, but this is like I said, one I put together years ago. So he's gonna be very vanilla. He's a very vanilla lad. But he still looks pretty good. Yeah, I could definitely see just like, you know, putting the Juggernaut on there instead. Space Marines. Oh yeah, you could really, yeah. I mean, I think the interesting thing about Chaos Space Marines and really Space Marines in general is that the design is stored in the head, the pauldrons, and the power pack. You can basically move those to whatever additional body you want, and that will still pretty much give you the sauce you need. Like, I was looking at the idea before I needed to do sort of like my sudden move, where I was like, I was going to take a Wrath of Kings, this like big metal bull guy, and just give him pauldrons. And I was like, oh shit, then he's the Daemon Prince. And it looks pretty solid there. So like, this guy, I'm using the big base. I'm going to be honest, I'm building this mostly for OPR and not specifically like the old world. So he might be too big. I don't know. I don't think it really matters for what I'm doing. But like, as far as like putting him on that base, like this is the only part of his OG base. It gives him like, he's a big enough boy anyway. So like this gives him some wiggle room. How you doing, Cody? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I do love me some corrosion. So like, it's arguably one of the most fun parts. Especially because I'm going to be doing an enamel wash, which is going to dull down a lot of this, which is pretty legit. Yeah, I've been, this upcoming week, we're going to be doing a 1500 point OPR regiments game as well, which I'm pretty excited about. Yeah, I'm getting an order of rot swords in. Also, these are not the rot swords, but I'm probably gonna paint these. I'm probably gonna be painting these boys soon. So the original Blight Kings kit was one of my favorites of all time, and I was like, I don't need to get the new ones. But I got the whole unit for like $16 used, and I've been doing a little bit of correction stuff because like the guy didn't glue the joints together correctly. There's like a little bit you can maybe see there, but he just didn't seal the bits, so I've been using Mr. Dissolve Putty to fill in the gaps. How you doing, Black Roses? How you doing? How you doing? And then also, yeah, OPR Regis has been fun. I've done only like I've done 2 games of it. But also fuckers off of the internets. And my internets, I think it's like Spartan Games on Etsy. These are just MDF movement trays. I did a little bit of texturing, and with the idea that, like, you know. Hey, excellent. I was a little worried about the overhang on this. I want to do some like a bunch of because something I do think that's neat about the Age of Sigmar version of Nurgle, where it really leans into that like nature but corrupted. Like, there's little elements of that in 40k, but overall, the design language of 40k Nurgle is like gross and disease. Age of Sigmar Nurgle is like kind of like twisted nature, which I really think is neat, you know? Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. How are you doing, CEO of Paint Consumption? Right now, I'm doing basically all the various like Havoc warriors and whatnot. My friend is doing one of the undead. I don't know exactly which one, but like the one with a bunch of skeletons and whatnot. The Vampire Counts version of undead. And then I have another friend who right now was sold a bunch of Skaven, so I think he's actually going to be the Skaven guy when we play for a bit. Though I have been putting together some Skaven list on my own because, you know, I got the rats. I might as well. Taekwondo. Oh my. Jesus. How you doing, Chelsea? How you doing? Yeah, Vampiric Undead. Yeah, that one. Nope, that's way too thick. That's why I like mixing in this kind of like glazed medium with this, so I can, like, if I get a little too strong on the corrosion, I can kind of wipe it off. Ends up pretty solid. Can we do anything with the with Chucklefuck McHead as well? So it's just a fun. Oh, I think it's a smart move. How you doing, Minnie doll? How you doing? Oh god, I hope they put that out because that's just fucking brutal. Did I do? Yeah, maybe I do that rough. If I don't make it like bright gold, so if I do like that rough iron from Vallejo and no, sorry, rough iron by Warpaint's Fanatic, and then do the Vallejo. No, do the. Oh my god, Pro Acro Bronze over it. I think that's going to give me more of the look that I want. Let's get that going. Yep, the Noise Boy. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm trying to get this guy ready to like. Here's my thought on this guy. I've legitimately had this model for so many years. I want him to be done. I don't give, like, I want him to look good and everything, don't get me wrong, but I would love to put him on a base and just be like, he's done. No more. I can put him on a table and just be like, he's finished. And I think that's going to give me the most brain juice. That's the most good chemical. I can just almost kind of lightly dim it a little bit. I think overall this is pretty good. Really, the questionable thing about this guy is I have, so ages ago, so basically right when I was like early in my 3D printer, when I was like really new with my 3D printer, and I was starting to, like, you know, I used to be like a monthly member for OPR. I stopped. Jay, please, I'm not even gonna deign to read that one. I used to subscribe to them, so I got like all their Skaven and some of the demons and like a bunch of stuff. I just kind of stopped because I was like, I'm actually not really painting any of these. So I was like, this feels kind of a waste. So I stopped at some point, and because I was subscribed at one point, I just get free updates for the rest of my life. And I'm like, that's fine, you know. I have like their version of like Sisters of Battle, their version of Skaven. I got their Shadow Stalkers, which I think are really cool. Yeah, I try to do that. Like I canceled the War Machine sub recently for similar reasons, where I'm just like I love having a bunch of like STLs. I do think they're genuinely really handy when I want to put together a project, or like if like inspiration hits me. But like, I don't think I'm going to make any of the OPR vampiric courts or vampiric undead anytime soon. And like they were doing like, I think I stopped when they were doing like the Vietnam orcs, which I don't think is like a bad idea or anything. I was just like, I'm spending $10 a month for things I'm wasting money, you know? Yeah, my printer is, I'm getting a new FEP tomorrow, and I'm hoping, it's starting to get warm where I'm at now, so I'm hoping that maybe the winter woes are finally behind me. Now that it is actually like reasonably toasty where I'm at. Does cost the psychic damage, yeah. So I don't think I give you proper. Assuming you're still there, have a good night, stop motion gamer. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, Charlie? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, it was like it's kind because like also they look more like World of Warcraft orcs as opposed to like 40k orcs, and like I'm gonna be honest, WoW orcs don't do much for me. I don't even dislike the idea of like barbarian orcs. I just don't think WoW orcs really like activate my neurons. They just do not do much for me in general. So I'm kind of like, whatever. Get that going. Yeah, I know, but like for like BCRM is very much, I'll always have that, because also like check these out. Oh god. So I was not, I didn't really need to do trench pilgrims. However, Bestiarm recently released a bunch of these, like, hey, they are expedition, like, kind of like dudes, like expedition crusaders, and I cut off their heads and put pilgrim heads on there because I think they look really cool. Like they have that kind of ragged look that that I've really liked about the idea that they're carrying all their stuff on their back. And then also this guy's got a built-in drum. I need to do, they have like a couple of like the symbols of the setting because they have their own unique kind of like totally not crossed that I just need to cut off and replace with some Jesus. Also their necks are glued, but they're not glued as like, you know, there's gaps that I need to fill. But I think overall I kind of really like these guys as like rogue chumpos. I did also put together a list, a 700 point list that has like 8 models in it because I was curious. I was like, oh shit, this kind of works actually. Kind of works. Get some cameras. Hey, let's go. Sounds pretty legit. Yeah, I've been fucking around with like packing so many. I did the thing. I packed up a bunch of my Horus Heresy Mark 6 bodies. I was like, I won't need these. And then now I'm just like, I kind of wish I had those. I'm like, oh no. Because like I can't wait entirely to start packing minis. That's just not super feasible. Also just adding a little bit of extra like color and stuff like that, which is why I'm just sort of hitting this sort of willy-nilly. But also, like I knew this was gonna happen, and it's happened. And I'm like, man, yeah, it's been really rainy where I live as well. So tis spring shower season. Also, for people who are not in the U.S., it is our daylight savings time. If you're like, wow, how's all in early? Daylight savings time is real. I lost track of it because it, I was, forgive me everybody, I was weak. I did get Slay the Spire 2. I don't think I'll ever stream it because I don't think that would realistically be a fun game to watch. But it's really good. It's real. I have not gotten any, I just got the Regent, so I've not used him yet. But he seems pretty legit, you know? But otherwise, yeah, that's been a thing. It is very good. It's like, once again, I knew I would like it and I knew it was going to be very good. I'm mostly worried about my own ability to monitor my free time. So I'm going to try to stay on that shit. I got a really banging build with, Pyre. With Pyre and a bunch of cards that drew me cards as I was, like, you know, like a lot of like pummels and Shruggadoffs and stuff like that. Not pummel. No, pommel strike. There we go. And I was like, ooh, this fucks. This fucks real hard. Let's go. All right, so like my plan that I've been doing for the skin is because I think the skin inherently is kind of jank. I was trying to do like kind of like bring it up to maybe if I do like a dark ivory and kind of try. I think I've been doing that. I think I'm going to kind of just continue to sort of like dry brush this in and hope for the best. See how that kind of turns out. I mean, Ironclads. I really want Defect though. I was not expecting Defect to be like the last character you unlock because he's my boy. Defect was my favorite class in 1. How you doing, Marfin? Yeah. I was explaining how I was trying to hold off and then I was weak. And then I did indeed not hold off. But yeah, it's cycling the orbs will be forever just serotonin for me. It's just so good. But yeah, so far, like I'm at that stage where it's like I remember how the game plays and like the new monsters and stuff are cool. I think I need to do a little bit more touch-up. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. It's funny because I remember somebody like one of the things I was like, oh shit. They're like, hey, like there was a Steam review that was like, you can tell that these guys are legit because they start with the game volume at 50%, and they're right. Guys, as somebody with real sensitive ears, every video game is like deafeningly loud when I open it up, and I don't understand. I know, how? What do your elven ears hear? Like, I know I have like decent hearing, but like, man, it's so fucking loud. It's so fucking loud. It just, but the fact that I could like open a video game made in like the last 10 years and not just like entirely cave my ears out. Like, oh fuck yeah, let's go. So good. But yeah, like I said, I am enjoying it. Unless you guys are like ever really hungry for it one day, I realistically don't see myself ever streaming it. Like it's a good Yappin' Zatsudan game, but I already got my good Yappin' Zatsudan with the minis and whatnot. I don't know. Yeah, he is basically a big fucking Komodo dragon. That's why I love him. I love me a gigantic lizard fuck. Yeah, I'm basically kind of like soft bringing this. I don't mind if there's like little yellow undertones, but I'm kind of like the original color was like a white, and I'm not trying to make it like box art ready, but I do like the way that looks. For some reason, I think I never really like. So I try to avoid a lot of the default schemes on things a lot, but it's like, oh yeah, no, you know, I can like a default scheme on a model and try to paint my way towards it. And this guy's probably a good example of like, yeah, no. Weird pale lizard is probably going to be really, really cool, especially because I'm going for like Nurgle, and with like pale with like a bit of a yellowish tinge would kind of be where it's at. Wait, what? Charlie? Not dead. Not dead. I feel like I'm missing the leap to whatever that reference is, because I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, I'll probably do, let's see. We'll probably not ever stream the game unless, I don't know. Okay, it might be like a fun, like, I finish Half-Life 1 early and I just do some runs or whatever. It's like, you know, I was like, well, I don't want to end the night just yet. Leviathan scheme. Hey, yeah, it's like, sometimes a scheme will just lock in your brain and that's it. Like, I'm trying to think of what would be like. Oh yeah, when I was doing High Fleet, High Fleet, not Typhon. There's High Fleet Typhon and there's High Fleet Tiamat. There we go. Tiamat's the one I like. I like High Fleet Tiamat the most for like just in terms of scheme. I also just love that they're the ones that's doing like the weird fuck off, like they're making a gigantic brain city and no one's really sure why. And I whenever a setting does really cryptic shit, I'm fully on board like almost every time, you know. Theodore. Oh, fuck yeah, that's right. That is Mickey Mouse's full. I kind of forget he has like a government assigned name, like social security number name, Mickey Mouse. I forgot this Theodore. Like what's like somebody recently reminded me it's like Charles something Cheese. Charles Entertainment Cheese for Chuck E. Cheese's full name. There we go. Like I kind of forget that that's a thing, and then somebody will just like hit me with that as part of like a joke or something. Like what the fuck? Oh yeah. I forget businesses will sometimes give their mascots like full-ass regular names. Like, I'm gonna be real, like Theodore Michael Mouse, I would totally believe is somebody, like a real person's name. I could see it. I can see kind of like a weedy looking like accountant dude, but I can totally see it. A little bit of that. I also legitimately wonder how much of this is going to kind of like sort of balance out once the enamel wash gets on here. Fortunately, I feel like this guy's gonna get the enamel real early, but it's also kind of like yeah, I want to get this guy done. So like, if I enamel him early, work on some other shit, and then come back at the very end of the stream, I'm okay with that, you know. Should have the big guys after the short butter is done. So like lumps for turnip are very fun because just making a big goofy one-off model on a 60mm base is pure serotonin. I will say that like a unit that's like lumps can get used a lot, but not every cult will ever use a lump. I do think getting your toffs and like some fodder will be good because you can like there are cults that don't run fodder, but I would argue that they are more of like an anomaly or like you need to know what you're doing. I was looking at one of the new Shattered Lance cults and they have the one that's like, you basically run out cavalry. And I was like, I could make 26 guys on horses. Not 26, 12, my bad. Not 12. Not 6. And I was thinking I could have like little guys that are riding on the back of water bears or tardigrades. You know, like the little fucked up little, like nigh indestructible little bug guys. I love those to pieces. And I was like, shit, I can make that work. Kind of a cool cult idea in general. It's the idea that's like, you're playing a bunch of like really snobby nobility, so like you cannot like you can ignore the plebes when you attack stuff, but also you can't do like a lot of like ungentlemanly things like run a lump and some other stuff. It's a Howlin' Bernard. Oh god. I mean, the thing is, like, Hal is just a name. Like, I think there's a reason why Hal as a nickname sticks to me so well, because one, most people can't pronounce Halbernacht, and I don't blame them. But two, it's like, you know, that's just a name. Shallow Hal is a movie, like with a name based on just like a regular ass guy's name. Like, it's a very real name if you use my nickname. So it's like it's a real easy fit for that. Okay, you buddy, what you get? I also try to hit up these with a bit more, you know. Yeah, the tardigrades. I really love tardigrades a lot. They're very, very fun. So I think they're going to be like really potentially very, very bitchin' for a very bitchin' for a turnip thing. I was like, I've been looking for an excuse. I was originally building a similar idea where I was going to make up a bunch of whelps that rode tardigrades and kind of like you could connect them to form a house. I have not looked at Banquet of Fools. No, I have not. I do like that kind of stuff. I'm taking a little break from weird games just because I have to take my weirdest games as like a little treat. Oh, we'll pull that for later. Almost Jasper Cat. Huh. I'm learning so much. I guess that was just the style of the time. It's just like, yeah, here's my guy. And then here is his very elaborate name. There we go. So let's see. I also realized that, like, for a lot of this, the biggest deal is just getting him, like, this is the angle he's going to be seen at 90% of the time. A lot of what I'm doing on the underneath probably isn't super relevant. I also might go back and paint the eyes white so I can make them glow. I think glowing red eyes on, like, a big fuck-off lizard like this kind of makes sense. Like, I got this. Getting the little highlighty bits. I might continue to do some highlights on the tusks and stuff like that because these are pretty light. Oh yeah, and then also this guy too. I want to do. Fuck! Why did I dunk that in the water? No, it's fine. Apparently, I do remember you're supposed to. Yeah, Shallow Hal's like. God, I barely remember that. It's like one of those movies that I'm aware of culturally, but I don't think I've ever seen it. It's the one where I think it's like Mel Gibson, and then he gets like a thingy in his brain scrambled, so he thinks like fat women are like look like thin women, and vice versa. It's a very specific era of comedy sort of movie for sure. Get a dry brushing of this bronze on there. Not significant. Oh, okay, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I kind of want those. Yeah. Is Jack Black in that too? I'd believe it. I feel like Jack Black is in like everything. I've lost track of what Jack Black actually like is in. I like a little bit of drab brown. Oh, I could do It's like this is gonna get darkened anyway. I could also just hit the. Oh yeah, I could just do a. Where's my tan? I have a tan color, like a very light tan. That I think would be kind of banging on this. I just picked up the same color twice. Where is it on my palette? I had this not but like a couple days ago, and now I cannot find. There we go. Tan Earth. Let's go. Oh, Jack Black. Oh yeah, he's I'm still tempted by the idea of just leaving legless Jack Black. Just leaving a legless Jack Black at my place, where I just kind of drop it off. Oh wait. Was Jack Black a show? I thought it was Mel Gibson. You also could just be doing a bit, but also I'm trying to remember genuinely. No, I don't remember movies. Oh shit, that was Jack Black. Why did I think that's Mel Gibson? No, Mel Gibson did What Woman Want, I think, or like Mel Gibson did the one where he's psychic. Oh my God! Look at little baby Jack Black. Look at it's funny. He still is like a grown man, but I just look at Jack Black and be like, child. Like look at this guy. Look at him. He's got little sideburns. What the fuck? There you go. Get out of here. We need to have little. Also, I think it's weird seeing him with his haircut. I don't know why, like in my brain, Jack Black is just always, oh, there we go. Now this is a true romance couple. Hold on. Also, yeah, no beard, no long hair. Let me get the right size on that. Once again, for incomprehensible images, there we go. That's incredibly stupid looking, but yippee. Get a little bit of dry brush and hit up some of the. Oh, there we go. This is the ticket. Because I also like. Once again, today's painting on this guy's a very efficient, you know? Yeah, it's weird because, like, I don't really watch movies that are, like, mainstream these days. Like, I can say that I watch movies, but, like, we mostly watch garbage or, like, weird esoteric gems in the movie night movies. But, like, a lot of people are like, yeah, I watched a movie with Jack Black in it recently. I mean, so for, like, a lot of people, that's just Minecraft, but, like... I know he showed up in, like, some Star Wars stuff, too, I think, as, like, a senator for reasons. So he still just, like, gets around. It's just, I just don't really watch anything with him in it, because also, like, now he's kind of, like, an indicator that something is kind of bad and shitty. Not, like, a fun way. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes a man is, sometimes a family is Marie Kondo, baby Jack Black, and my lovely sponsor, Collectible Squids. A little bit of, like, what's going on here? There you go. Touch that up just a wee bit. Let's go. Yeah. Once again, I have to imagine if you're like a new person coming into my stream, it's like, what the fuck is this? Yeah. Okay. This is getting a little bit of extra texture on the horns and whatnot, which is good. I think his horns are basically fine. It's mostly this guy. Hey, I should just make a. That's like something I keep thinking about. That's like. If you want to mush, but for context, Amazon made it now that they're like, hey, this is kind of a dumb rule that we enforce, the idea that like you have to keep your Twitch chat separate from the YouTube chat. They've gotten rid of it, but the thing is that they require you to use like specific bots and stuff to do that. I legitimately don't think Mix It Up can do that. I know StreamerBot can, I know some others, but it's like, mostly the main reason I stuck with Mix It Up Bot is because it does the inventory. If I could find out that like StreamerBot does the inventory stuff, I'll probably set aside like a weekend and do like the big migrate and just get everything over to that. And that'd probably be pretty nice, honestly. There we go. The Brady Bunch. I was trying to remember if I remember the Brady Bunch, because I remember like it was like. We were at that age where stuff like Nick at Night was a thing, where it's like secondhand, that kind of generation's culture. Like, I didn't really have any family members who were like, oh, you know what's like good quality television, the Brady Bunch. No, we weren't really quite like that. There we go. But yeah. So like originally I was doing something similar with Sammy, but Sammy is kind of like fallen off now. So like StreamerBot was sort of the next step for that sort of deal. Something that from what I understand is that like something that's tricky. So like I know how to code, like not like an okay level. Like I don't think I'm going to be ever like a prodigy at it, but like I can code. I hate using Mix It Up Bot because whenever someone tries to make like programming languages available for people who don't know how to code, it's really complex for no reason. Well, it's not even like MySpace coding. It's like basically you got like Lego bricks for coding and you can only arrange blocks. Like I remember like stuff that should have been easy for some of those like the Tournament of Pigs. I had to do like 15 lines of just like incomprehensible horseshit just to sort of like make square peg fit in a round hole. But I think StreamerBot just lets you use C#, I think, which sounds very nice. As just like, oh, thank God I can just kind of do this like a normal person. Yippee. And that sounds absolutely fucking delightful. That sounds super fucking delightful. So like I don't know when that's gonna happen, but like I said, I know there's like a guy named Nutty whose entire thing is like he's like one of those people that's like his YouTube channel is like how to do like Twitch stuff, like technical stuff, and like I know he streams regular style, but like I think for most people just know him through that stuff, which I think is cool. I think somebody needs to do that kind of thing, and I think it's a very nice service he offers. Like a lot of my setup stuff comes from people like him. But I remember ages ago he did an equivalent to that where it was like, yeah, like I put together my own little multi-chat combiner thing. He originally got in trouble for it a little bit because, like, once again, for the longest while, everybody's like, this is stupid. And technically, Twitch will never, like, stop you. If I remember, I think the only reason this ever, like, got resolved is because, like, a bigger streamer got hit by it. And, like, you know, like, I think it was, like, I forget the name of the guy, but he's, like, a bigger, like, anime streamer or whatever. And once he got bonked, everybody's like, this rule's fucking stupid. And then, like, you know, I think Twitch had to fold for that reason and not like because they wanted to. Hey there, that guy over there. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, work on my Karkadrak. There we go. I can never remember this thing's name. Oh, 1,000 point list. Technically no, but that's because I'm going to be using him in OPR regiments. So it's definitely going to be used from that game more, but that's got like a slightly different point system. Not like crazy different. But very, very similar. Also, yeah, I've also been seeing a lot of people do. I would like to get into that Myoshi thing. I know there's like Myoshi is like. I am a little confused about how that's supposed to work. For context, the Myoshi thing is like, hey, somebody's recreating like MySpace style web pages, but they're kind of aiming at VTubers. I do need an invite, yes. It's one of those things that, like, I didn't think I'd have time for it. I still might not, but, like, I think another website to host all my midis and stuff would not be terrible. So, yeah, if you could hook me up with one, that'd be great. I don't know how invites you generate for that. It also might be past the point where people are like, wow, whimsy. You know, I've kind of toyed around. So, like, a lot of people, oh, if you can't get one, that'd be legit. A lot of people in, like, what's it called? Mini painting spheres already kind of do a lot of kind of like blog content and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know exactly, like, other than having an invite process, I really don't do that. I have not named the Drake though. So basically for context, that guy, this is a mini I've had for like 6 years and I'm just been in a state of just not being done. And I want him to be done. Very, very, very badly, just so I can be like, it's done. I can run it. It doesn't matter. It's not going to haunt my shelf for another, like, 6 years. So really today's goal is just to get him at, like, I think he's already a pretty decent level, like, but I think once I get to, like, enamels and stuff, that's going to really make him pop. So this base is still wet, so I'm gonna blow dry real quick. Do a little drink. Yeah, I think exactly. I think it's just because, like, you know, like several different colors. There's an attempt at like some shading and some highlights. I do think the enamel's where it's really gonna fucking pop off. Yeah, let's get this going. This is like mostly dry anyway, though. So let's do some dry brushing. I need like a good like a good bootstrap brown might be legit. I don't want to get like too highlighty, I guess. What if I did like half bootstrap brown and then maybe like half that like tan? I think that'd be a good mix. If I can put that tan again, there we go. I'm like yeah, pardon me. See, I'm going for like the rusty crusty stuff because he's going to be like Mark and Nurgle equivalent. Also, like I appreciate non-metallic metal as like this is a very skillful thing to do. It requires a lot of work and effort knowing about colors. I'm not a big fan of it visually. It's just not really a style that I super duper jive with. So like I think it like probably wouldn't hurt one day if I did just try to sort of like learn how to do it at like a decent level, but like otherwise I'm like I think I'm probably fine. All that, got a bunch of texture paste on here, and also some. I did my usual where I did a bit of like spackle, and then I add some texture and stuff like that. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's. To be fair, I don't think that's even a bad suggestion. I bet somebody out there has done this guy non-metallic metal, and it looks beautiful. But like, it's a very like, not my. I'm very much of the like. I like my minis to look weathered and gross and just kind of crusty. Once again, why I like nerdle stuff. But also like, you know, like. I do think people who can do like a nice, like really like clean paint job, especially, and there's like some armies that makes more sense in, like a lot of like elves and stuff like that. Like, yeah, no, that would look great. I guess I could do like a wood elf thing if I wanted like kind of like slightly grimy or maybe more grim darky elves, I guess. I've actually not sat down and thought about doing a wood elf thing ever. I didn't do. I guess it's true. I guess a lot of people do grimdark Bretonians. Actually, something I saw today was really cool. On there's like a really cool like Instagram army. There's a guy called like JP Miniatures. He doesn't post like a crazy a lot, but I really like what he does because he's both like a really good painter, but also the dude sculpts his own bits, which makes him incredibly powerful. You know. Usually when I do, so this is the gunmetal color from Vallejo, then some like kind of speckling of like a darker brown and an orange. I'm going to wash it to sort of unify it, and I'm going to be doing a silver metallic dry brush to kind of really like make the edges pop in particular. Yeah, if you know the guy I'm talking about, yeah, he sells them actually. You can sometimes get his bits on Mad Bits on Colts. I think the only reason he sells them there is because like they're very. I think he could get away with not selling them on Colts. So for context, like I like Colts as a website, but it is also like, hey, some people will just do piracy on there, and that's kind of like, whatever. Like, you know, do what you gotta do to get minis, but like I like it when people do their own stuff. I think that's the guy's full name, yeah. But like, I really like it when people make their own custom bits, but like if you do custom bits for like Space Marines, you can sell them on Mini Factory, but some people just go to Colts, I think, because people are like, yeah, this is where you're gonna go and get bits and stuff. Like, this is just like a good bit site. Like he did like a really cool, oh yeah, like Etsy's a very similar thing, yeah, where it's like, I really like it when people just like make their own bits and stuff. Like, there's a really cool guy called, like, DMM Miniatures who made, like, the best Gal Vorback conversion parts you'd ever see. I would link him to you, but for some reason the guy took all of his stuff down, which is odd because he didn't use, like, Gal Vorback or really anything in the naming scheme that would trigger the ire of G-dubs, you know? Yeah, it's also because, like, we've also reached a weird stage in piracy, so, like, unfortunately the workflow of using AI just to take a picture and make a mini of it, it's not great. Like, you could definitely see it, but for people who don't care, like, now when Games Workshop reveals a new model, right? So they're like, oh, this is the new Captain Titus. Somebody will throw it into one of those things and try to sell it for, like, $5. And, like, a million idiots decide to do that, so that, like, a lot of stuff is just, you know, that. But otherwise, yeah, it is just, like, yeah, it's the Tyrannid you can get from Games Workshop and whatnot and everything, yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. And like I can understand Warhammer piracy. Like I get why people do it. But I very much really like to see like the third-party bits and stuff. That's what I'm into. That's my reason for getting a 3D printer. That and indie war games, those are the best. But yeah, let me show you like a really cool. So this is technically for like. It's odd. So this is like a Middle Earth strategy battle game army, but he went in and like he basically put them on like rank and flake bases, and it just looks really fucking good. So I wish Instagram was easier just to right click save images from. Luckily, I know how to get what I want. There we go. Fuck off, WebPete. Like, if I was doing any alternate fantasy army, it would be do something like this, because like look like, I love the way this, I love the whites kind of mixing with like the kind of the darker tones. I think this is like one of those like mixed Moria armies, whatever, where it's like, you know, you run spiders, and I think that's supposed to be Shelob in the back, maybe prior to the base swap, and you got a bunch of wargs and warg riders. He also like, I'm pretty sure, so he said it's like a mix of official models, some 3D prints, like some bits he made. I think he did some new heads for the fucking, I think he did some new heads for the orcs, and I fucking love how those look. Let me see if I can show you what his heads look like. It's really good. I hope he sells these individually, because I've had a very interesting thought earlier today actually about this as well. So I'm gonna post the heads. Also make sure to link it. I did not make these. Once again, these are JP miniatures. He does really good work, you know. Sorry, MP, god damn it, not JP. Why did I say JP? Totally different dude. I think there's another guy that might be like that. But yeah, there we go. How you doing, Taggett? How you doing, Oni? How you doing? There we go. This is the guy. I think this is like look really, really neat. But also, this is like a thought I was thinking about. Like you don't see a lot of people doing their own cool like kit bash stuff with like Lord of the Rings minis and stuff. I do wonder how much of that is. And how you doing, Big Gun? How you doing? If there's like an inherent like weird sacredness of the Tolkien setting that's kind of fun that people don't want to fuck around with. You know, I gotta keep squids. There we go. We'll just have. Oh, hold on. It looks like they're conspiring, like they're behind a blanket and they're scheming, which I'm enjoying. Yeah, but like it's like I see a lot of people that are like big nerds, like yeah, do what you want, like fuck the rules, kit bash, whatever. But then they'll play like Lord of the Rings games and be like, I don't want to tweak anything at all. This is beautiful and perfect. And I just find that really funny. Like I would love to see more people do like their own unique takes, because like, you know, that used to happen a lot more. Like the Peter Jackson version of the orcs was just Peter Jackson's version to like take on those. And I know you have like a lot of people want to stick within the stories, but like I'd kind of love if they did like, you know, I guess Rings of Power is kind of this and that's kind of dumb, but the idea of like, yeah, just like do like a Star Wars prequel equivalent to like a Lord of the Rings thing. Maybe I do just got to check out the fucking Shadows of Mordor. No matter how like very like edgy like 2000s it is, that might legitimately just be what I want. It's just someone just taking the idea, just be like, you know, why shouldn't I do like my own thing with Lord of the Rings as a setting, you know? Yeah, he really did. And like it also doesn't hurt that like or help that like Games Workshop specifically has license to the Peter Jackson movies. So like there's a reason there's no Rings of Power minis, because that's like, you know, that's not a movie, but they got the fucking anime one because that was a movie. So I need to not use this as a dry brush, but also I'm probably due for a brush order anyway. So like if I want to, this is like a boar bristle brush. So it's like specifically like very, very, very thick, very utilitarian. Yeah, like use Cruel Boys or do like your own like cool helmets and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know that Games Workshop is predisposed to hate that kind of shit, but yeah, I think that's neat about Heresy and stuff too, where it's like, yeah, this doesn't have an official model, I'm gonna make my own, and here's my take on it. Yeah, I don't know, maybe like I have some Lord of the Rings minis, and it's like I've always just not been super excited to paint them. One, because like a lot of the plastic versions of metal sculpts kind of look like they're very like the details are kind of shitty. Where it's like, it's really like sometimes just like their like armor will just kind of merge into their body. There's like an inherent jankness to those. It's kind of whatever. But yeah, I really like the idea of like, you know, maybe I'll do that sometime. There's also like there's like a bunch of minis from like what's it fucking called? It's like Highland Minis or something like that. They do no, North Star has like a really good orc range. That would kind of work as like a cool base, and maybe give them some like different helmets and do like some different color schemes. Just kind of go like real apeshit, you know? Yeah, because like, you can definitely tell that like no matter what about the games, the Total Warhammer people definitely like knew how to play ball when it came to like like doing like Warhammer stuff. Like I think people cared about vampire counts before that game, but then like especially after that's just kind of like a whole other thing. All right, there we go. So like very simple base. I do want to enamel wash it, but I also think I want to do. This what I'm talking about. It's like there's like a bunch of belts and other bullshit. But I also kind of wonder if it's like if I just glue him on here first, just to kind of like really solidify like what is visible. It's also a little tricky because I feel like I've gone through like 8 variations on like where exactly he sits on his base. This is probably the best, where it's like feet in the back and then like have like a claw kind of coming up and then this claw rests. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. So I don't know much about Throg. What did Throg do? What was his crime? I believe you, I just don't know what exactly happened there off the top of my head. It's also like just oh, is this broken? I mean, is this like clogged? A little bit, yes. I think all I need to do is just like snip the top and I'll be good for getting my glue out. Easier said than done, I guess. I need a lot. I need to do another layer of snipping. I'm due for like another. There's like a bunch of stuff, like some miscellaneous glue things and whatnot. Oh yeah, okay. That name sounds vaguely familiar. Okay, yeah, I could see being upset about that. That makes sense. If you're like, hell, this is a bunch of glue. You're right, but I'm also just gonna sprinkle a bunch of baking soda. There we go. We got someone there. Because I know if I lift him up from this base, he's never gonna be quite the same position. So I'm just like, this is probably for the best. There we go. If you're wondering what I'm doing, this is not a winter base. This is just like really locking his shit in. There we go. So that's pretty hard. Yeah, well, I'm glad they fixed it though. So this guy is technically going to be used for OPR. Like, could I use him for the old world? Yeah, probably. Like, will I? I don't know. There is an old world scene where I'm at. I've not really interacted with them very much. Not because they're like bad people or anything. It's just like, you know, I only got so much time in the day. I've only played so many games. But I know that there's like a couple of guys active and they've been talking to some other people I know. So like, if I ever wanted to, I could. And you know, this guy technically has an Age of Sigmar helmet of a Stormcast on his belt, but I feel like I could probably just run him and be fine, you know? I don't think it would be the greatest sin. Oh, so I'm gonna be using it for OPR regiments, which is like, kind of like, it's like a lot more simplified, kind of like saner version of, like the old world, more or less. Same factions plus like a couple of unique ones that like either that company made in particular, or like some others, like other similar stuff. There we go. A little bit on there. I could make it a little bit dirt. Yeah, they do. They have a version of that. They're basically, their version of fantasy is like, They have like the Age of Sigmar fantasy and they have like the Rank and Flank fantasy, and they both use basically the same mechanics. I mean, everything does. You can technically place like OPR does give you the option if you're like, hey, I have Skaven and my buddy has Space Marines. I would like them to fight. And like, you could just be like, all right, use like Skaven as Mechanicus or whatever. You know, people have done that before. That's not a big deal. But also, you could totally just do, I think I'm gonna leave that claw alone. But you can also just run them with, like, the actual, like, you know, the OPR mechanics for Skaven, the OPR mechanics for Space Marines, and be totally fine, you know? Yeah, because, like, you can effectively get, like, I I don't know where the lid to this. Oh, there we go. They also have like they have a very similar license to Trench Crusade where it's like, hey, you can just like say like, you know, like compatible with if you run through the stuff, and they'll like. I know a lot of people that do their own unique factions of stuff through the OPR. Before I settled into Turnip and Trench Crusade, I was like kind of really on the OPR train, and you know I'm getting into it again because I have something to play with. I'm gonna blow a lot of this like baking soda off. So I blew a lot of it off. There we go. Now I can use this like shitty brush to try to remove a lot of it. Realistically, what I'm going to need to do is paint just like an itty bitty bit of just kind of dirt back on top of this. It's not the end of the world. All right, there we go. And if you're like, how? Why did I do this? It's pretty locked in now. It's the inherent fun part of doing this method, is it really like locks that shit in. But yeah, OPR is pretty neat, and like I said, because I think we were just originally talking, like the one of the guys in my regular like Turnip and stuff group were just like, yeah, you know, it'd be kind of nice to do like a rank and flank game. I actually in an area with like a pretty active conquest scene, and conquest always seems neat, but that's like a whole. I'm okay with going into OPR because I've painted the models for us already. Like any model I'm going to be running in OPR is a model that like I've already painted, so I don't feel too bad about it. Except for like guys like this guy, but you know, he was close to being there. But like Conquest requires like you know, not a crazy amount. I think Conquest is like reasonable for like a game of that size, but that's still a lot of minis that I just can't really do. Maybe someday I'll finally give in and I'll paint some spires or whatever. But till then, I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I do like those the void, the shadow, like the Shadow Stalkers or whatever. I've actually used a couple of their minis for some Trench Crusade stuff. They genuinely look really neat. Like stuff like that where I was like, you know what, I'll keep my subscription to OPR, and then they just kind of released a bunch of stuff that like wasn't bad, but I was just like, I'm not really interested in this, so I'm good. I'm good. And like getting like a little, getting the feet dirty, but like not too much. Look at these. Look at the lad. I also like so I want to add some like grass, but I'm also kind of debating. It's like, do I want to do that before I do the enamels or after? After enamels would give me brighter grass, but if I do it before, I can kind of like unify the colors a bit more. How you doing, Shadow? How you doing? I'm gooping my shit. And by gooping, I mean like, you know, doing some dirt on some dragon feet. There we go. Yeah, I should probably do it after. All right, so I think what I need to do is I need to blow dry it again, because after the blow drying, I think it's enamel time. I knew enamel time would come quick today. So make sure I get plenty of sponges. Big fuck off lad. I also realized, so like I did a funny thing where I was like, man, I gotta get some more like sponge wedges and stuff. And I'm like, oh, I already bought a box of sponge wedges and I just put that in an area I forgot about. Classic Hal maneuver for sure. There we go. How you doing, Shadow? How you doing? I'm making the Karkadrak. Karkadrons are very different. The Karkadrak. I just need to remember it's like Cracker Jack, but stupider somehow. Yeah, it's him, the Crackalakin. The Karkadrak King. Drake Rider also totally works, yeah. It's definitely a way more sensible, like, way to remember it. Karkadrak. I was like, I recently did that thing where I cleaned a bunch of my enamel bullshit. And I was like, oh fuck, like, where's that? Did I lose it? I'm like, oh no, I put it elsewhere. Let's see. Also, how you doing, sport? Oh yeah, let's get you in the Nanners fan club before I get enameling. There we go. It's him, Josh Ryder in Man with Gun. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this reference, and I don't think there was ever a plan. But yeah. For people who do not know, this is my wonderful snake Nanner. She is still hibernating, and I would like her to stop. It is getting a lot warmer where we're at now, though. So I think after a certain point, she's got to get out soon. I tried to feed her last week and she refused to eat. So I'm like, okay, she's doing like the snake equivalent of like 5 more minutes. Hitting the snooze button. I don't blame her though. I don't blame her. I would like to sleep all day. Not all day, but like a lot more if I could. I had people in my group that are like, you do seem tired, Hal. I'm like, fuck, is it that obvious? Yeah, and it probably is. But yeah, Spork 1. Welcome to the sophomore rank of the official Nanners fan club. And we'll probably like late spring, like late March, early April, probably when we'll do the switch over for the spring season. We're basically doing like school year stuff. So, but yeah, and wow, there we go. Excellent transition. I put my brushes up in location for them. But I have to stand now, which is fucked up. How dare I need to stand? All right, but yeah, so for context, we're going to do a enamel wash because I think especially for a lot of the details on this guy that have been like in kind of like an ass state forever, I think the enamel wash is going to it's going to be the real spicy meatball. So let me shake the fuck out of this for a bit. I don't think I've done like a proper, like, I'm using the AK War Games washes. I don't think I've done a proper go on that for a bit. There we go. I know enamels, you gotta shake the fuck out of them. I usually do. I think sometimes I forget though. Let's see, let's do like 4 little brushful bits of that, and then like 3 drops of the mineral spirits that I got to the side. Ooh, 3. Mix it up, and all right, there we go. Do I want to zoom in for this? Maybe. Yeah. This guy's just big enough that I can get that going. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, there we go. I figured that like the scales in particular have like a really beautiful like texturing that I think is going to look really, really good with an enamel wash. I was like, I had this feeling, but like, ooh, seeing that in action. Let's fucking go. So yeah, just gonna get that and just work that in there. It'll be a lot more. It's such a big fucker too. It's gonna require several of these. I think it'll be worth it though. Like I do have another big like Chaos Lord centerpiece. So ages ago, I made a Chaos Lord on Manticore, or Chaos Sorcerer on Manticore. There he is. He has a slightly modified Gringstuff helmet because I fucked up, and I basically was like trying to, what's it called? I was trying to like put them together, and like the helmet just like flung out of my hands and into the void, and I don't know where it is. So I made him a new one that looks pretty decent. But yeah, I was like so that guy will be another option for like really cool Chaos Lord if I want something with a bit more oomph. It's gonna be so much on this. Luckily, like I said, this guy is just like a beautiful bastion of textures that's just gonna look really good with this. The tricky thing is like on one hand, I gotta get a little bit into the gooch. which I kind of forgot how much gooch getting was going to be a part of this when I was getting to this stage, but like, not too bad. There we go. Really, both are valid for turnip. Like, a lot of people do circle bases just because it's kind of like a smaller size war game and it kind of makes sense for that. But also there is like a certain aesthetic look of like, yeah, all my turnip guys are on square bases, and they do rank really nice. All turnip guys look really good all ranked together, so like you wouldn't even be wrong to do that. I would argue maybe do like 1 unit of each, just to like, you know, just do some square, do some not, and just see which one you like more, and just sort of commit after that point. Or like you can always do that for like the fodder make more sense to have square base, but you could also have like rounds for like toads and like toffs and stuff like that, toadies, whatnot. A little bit on the central face bit as well. So much on this is getting used. I mean, that is the nice thing about enamel washes, though, is like, you know, I do like a couple drops of the stuff straight from the bottle, like three or 4 drops of the mineral spirits, and that means like the coverage is really good. Like I get to like really put it in there without worrying too much about like oh no, I'm gonna demolish this entire pot. Let's see, looking, like I said, she's looking good. It's looking great. So now I just gotta go and hit all the base, which I usually just go straight out of the pot. More because I'm lazy. Like, probably this level of thinning is what I should still be doing for the base, because I'm not gonna remove the mineral spirits from the base very much. Also, I might have added too much red. I don't know. Like kind of like red dirt to the base. I don't think it's gonna be like a big deal or anything. It's just something I just kind of noticed. So make sure there. I totally feel like there's gonna be like 1 or 2 angles I'm just totally... Oh yeah, like I didn't get like the interior of the cloak. Go. But yeah, what I've actually been doing a lot more is multi-basing. Like, I forget if I mentioned this or not, but like my Takodachi riders basically exploded. They were doing pretty good, but their mounts were always pretty fragile just because like unfortunately the Takodachi Halo, when done in really brittle resin and shrunk down to be really, really thin, pretty much causes it just to inevitably snap. So I took all the riders and put them on a big multi-base and I'm running them as like brutes, like missile brutes. And they seem really, really cool in that role, but yeah, it's having just like a bunch of models on one base also gets that like instant army effect. And behold the lad. Hour sleep I missed. Yeah, I'm not jazzed about losing sleep either. I feel you on that. Maybe like a little bit more. Yeah, realistically, I'm probably gonna touch this up like a bunch after the enamel fully cures. Blow dry it, blow dry it, blow dry it. It's already had a decent amount of time to start cure. Oh fuck, I should have sealed it. I'm sure it'll be fine. All right. After I've been doing a bunch of dry brushing today, and sometimes that can be a little tricky with a nail. Oh, I forgot to seal it. Ooh. I think it'll be fun, though. I think especially if I stick more at like a stabbing motion as opposed to just like a rubbing all of it, like rubbing super hard today, that's probably going to give me better results. I will say I'm very happy with this. Like I said, this is like, he was already looking pretty good. This is like really like, chef's kiss getting me there. Definitely some areas it's bringing back the yellow and some it's not. This has been interesting. Also, kind of removing the red. I think it was like, yeah, I mean, technically, that is Tinkle and Bone Ripper, right? He's kind of a scaly rat. So, but yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm doing today. How did you know? How you doing? How you doing? I think he might just be cruising himself back to a yellow. Well, I did a lot of shit today that I kind of erased a little bit on accident. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Throw you away. But yeah, thank you. I think he's turning out pretty legit. I guess I very much should have sealed him in advance, but that always just means I can kind of touch him up a bit later, so I'm not super worried. Oak is looking appropriately ragged. Scales are looking good. We're kind of hitting this like in between, kind of like a yellow and a like white, which is actually pretty legit. A little bit on the staff. But yeah, how you doing? How's the paint going for you? I have been, like I said, this guy's been in my backlog for fucking years, so the fact that he's getting like done, I'm like, ooh, fuck yeah, let's go. And then a lot of stuff on the belly is just inherently going to be hard to reach, but I'm kind of hoping the fact that a lot of this lad is on a base. That's just like, this is more yellowy on this side, and this is more white on this side. I wonder if that just means like if I just like, what side do I attempt to rub the excess off? Like what will sort of bring it back to this kind of, oh, actually kind of removing it this way is kind of. I also do have this sponge. Kind of like get a little bit, slightly more targeted bullshit. There we go. That's it from storage. Hey, no, that's fair. Some days you gotta spend like prepping your minis to be ready, so I feel you on that. Put on there. Oh shit. Okay, so that's accidentally removed a little bit of the like. It's got like really good texture on the scales, and I gotta make sure that that doesn't get removed. Like as much as I like doing that reductive technique stuff, I think some of the scales in particular really need that like very thin layer that's just does not get fucked with. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Get a little bit on there, and all right, there we go. All right, I think for right now this guy is going to be done for a bit. I guess that's the fun thing too, is I can also just like let him sit for a bit and then kind of go back and then blow dry him and like, not blow dry him, fucking go back to him and then give him a varnish. There we go. All right. I think the enamel stage is done for now though. So I'm going to put all my shit back. Oh, there we go. I put the lid on a spot where it was really easy for it to fall. Yippee, I'm good at this. I'm gonna let the boy dry. Now this is a stage I kind of thought would be a little tricky. It's like, what do I do now? What do I paint now while he's dry? I do got some stuff on my desk, including some models that I kind of want to save for next week. So for context for next week, I'm probably gonna be doing Wanderin' Morris, who is turning out pretty good from his wash. I need to like, I want to do some more stuff with like bringing back the skin tone and whatnot. I also got his little pets. So he got like the little bumblebees. He's got like this one broke when I was like the wing broke off. So I just have like a bunch of bees that are just, you know, chilling in the dirt. And then this guy's just like fucking hunched over. And then, wow, his pet lamprey. Wow. Look at that weird lamprey. We got any other models that I would use for fan? Like if I'm like, do I want to keep that scheme? Like do I mean, do I like want to focus on the same stuff? How you doing, Huggy? How you doing? How you doing? Lamprangent. How you doing, Huggy? How you doing? I've been working on this guy today. He's looking pretty good. I'm letting some stuff dry before I kind of like really fuck with that shit. But overall, he's looking pretty good. So I'm gonna let that dry. But I need to work on some stuff right now. What do I got? That's... I got these boys, but they're definitely not ready yet for like anything. Huh. I mean, I could. I could prime them. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. They're like... No, I need to file them and stuff. I got some different options. I got some Plague Marines. I got some turnip stuff. I got these chuckle fucks, actually. This guy's actually kind of fun. Oh fuck, I want to texture the base. I need to, so the rim of like whoever put these together. I had the magnet bottom, but whoever added like the sides, I need to kind of like re-get that together. But yeah, these are some other things. What's just on them? I do got rats. I always come back to rats. I don't know if I want to do singular rat yet. What do I want? What do I want to do? A while? I'm gonna be honest. I've had some mini paints from back in like 2011 that were still good. Mostly, it's like, were they stored properly? Like, was the lid screwed on tight and everything? Because that's really sort of like the big, like, division. Like, if they're stored correctly, mini paints will last you like a lot of for quite a while. Oh yeah, I also do got this big. I do got this big fuck. This gigantic, heavy fuck. I could work on him actually. Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling indecisive. Hold on. I'm gonna stand up and take a look. I'm gonna take a look at. So I got some like possessed space marine. I got a bunch of plague marine. Got the hold on. So this might be interesting. All right, so I got these guys. These are going to be, so like these are for the same army. They're 2 casters and just like a Chaos Lord on foot. Hold on. I ordered square bases on eBay like a million years ago. Those when are those coming in? I think they're actually coming in tomorrow. Let's see. Check out my purchase history midstream. They are coming tomorrow. So technically, these guys don't have bases ready, but I could... Working on them wouldn't be terrible. All right, I think I have a dumb idea. I think a dumb idea. So these guys are just kind of like locked on. Yeah. Okay, what I think I'm going to do... So that way I can continue to work on the same army that they're going to go into. I will BRB. I'm going to prime these guys in like this guy's basically good to go. I'm going to just be right back and just prime these guys like stupid quick. And then that way I can work on them just to keep like the fancy train going. So, wow, there we go. I'm not shitting, I'm priming minis. Ugh. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I totally want to be too. I'm gonna have to rectify that later, but that's fine, because I'm back. Yippee! Thanks. Alright, so we got this guy. It's funny because like both of these are chaos sorcerers, but for some reason, like this guy, let me zoom in a little bit too. Oh, bases are a little sticky. I'll give it, I'll work on the middle one while I'm waiting. So like, this guy I kit bashed. He is a chaos sorcerer with some poxwalker bits for the head. This guy I bought in a used bin. They did a really cool idea of using like one of the newer chaos like night guys for the heads, which is kind of neat. And then, this guy's just like a very vanilla chaos lord. Nothing particularly spicy with him, so. Let's see. Dude, let's get a little bit of metal going. Where did I put my palette? Excellent. I'm gonna use, yeah, I'm gonna keep them because, like, it's funny because, like, technically my entire color scheme for this army is dictated by me a couple of years ago. And on one end, like, that's almost feels like it might be restricting, but, like, it's nice seeing all my dudes together. And, like, I've had this model for, like, I've had some other guys in there, like I said, multiple years. And they just kind of look nice and cohesive and everything, which I think is very, very fun. So yeah, also once again, the bases are going to be, let me see. It's got like cool big horns though. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll just get like metal on, I think I'm just going to do like base metal everywhere. And I'll probably go back and add some like cool like bronze effects to some other shit. Yeah, I'll just do all metal. Also, at some point, he just got some, like, splash damage for bronze. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, I remember, so what happened ages ago is, like, back when I was actively playing Age of Sigmar, I was like, oh, I know what I want to do. There is a version of there's Slaves to Darkness there, which is the name that gets used for basically, like, a lot of Chaos stuff, instead of Warriors of Chaos, because, I don't know. It's not like... Usually Games Workshop does like a lot of extra copyrightable names. I guess maybe they have Slaves to Darkness trademarked. I can't imagine they could, Like I feel like Slaves to Darkness as a concept is like, super duper old. Almost like a biblical sort of thing. But like, anyway, I was originally going to do, they had like a whole sub-faction for casting in that. Where it's like, yeah, you wanted the big dick Chaos Lord on the Manticore for your wizard, which is why I have one. And that was like, you can only buy it from the old range. You might still be able to use the Chaos Lord on the Manticore. Games Workshop is sometimes weird for like what they bother to update and what they don't. So like that might still be a valid model in that range. I don't know. But I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get a bunch of casty dudes. It's gonna be great. And then like I think at that point it's just I think I was basically doing all this stuff prior to COVID. Like I said, I owned these guys for a while. These guys have been in my shit for a long time. But I was like, yeah, and then there was no more games near me. So I'm like, well, I was like, well, yeah, eventually once stuff comes back, I might still play Age of Sigmar at that shop, and I have not. Once again, I used to play at the G-Dub store, but like, I can't imagine playing there now. I really cannot. I'm sure it's like a fine place, but like, the only reason it wasn't just like a mall kiosk that happened to sell Warhammer is because of a very specific employee, who I don't believe has worked there for years. And at this point, I am, once again, incredibly blessed by a very, very, very games-rich area. So it's like, I legitimately have no reason to ever go back to that shop. Even for just buying, like, minis? It's just so much better. It's just so much better in all these other locations. But, like, I had some good memories. I also had a lot of memories of getting my shit. So, like, the air dwarves, the Caradron overlords, they would, teleport behind you, go nothing personnel, and then shoot you a million billion times. Which, as somebody who didn't know how the game really worked, like, I've always been the kind of person that, like, whenever it comes to a game, if I lose real bad like that, I'm like, oh, this is my fault. I did something. Because like from what you're saying, I don't think they were even broken at the time. I just don't think that like a lot of people are like, oh yes, I should wrap a unit around my like squishy leaders in the back, because I was playing Skaven, you know, they throw hordes of dudes at your enemy, and then you hope that the squishy leaders, they have to shoot through a million billion rats before they get them. But the Caradons are like, yeah, we're just gonna fly over them. It's cool. The employees were tired. What goes into having a favorite knife store? I will fully admit to the idea of having a favorite knife store. I believe you. Hold on. Like, oh, hold on. Lol. Okay. His head was never glued in. Huh. Okay. You can definitely tell that I did not plan for painting him tonight, because I did not see that coming. Why did I do this? Hold on. Oh, yeah, that's true. Like, I have, like, a really shitty at-home knife sharpening thing, and it's, like, it's fine, but it's like, what do I use my knife for? Kitchen. So, like, it does okay at its job. I have to imagine that, like, if somebody's, like, it's like, could I cut my own hair at home? Yeah, probably, but, like, you know, it's not going to be, like, any good compared to, like, anything a pro could do. No, that makes a lot of sense. I gotta try to, like, use my, where's my stickier blue tack? Sharpener for your box cutter for terrain. I actually been using the same box cutter for like 5 years, and it's like I don't really use it for like terrain. But like my Old Faithful box cutter isn't even one of those ones that you can like purposely break the blades so that way you can get more like box cutter out. It's just been like real G staying together. I need to get a toothpick in there though. Jay, how often were you using a sword? Like, the fact you're like, oh, it's a good thing I don't use my sword anymore. How often were you using a sword? Like, how much is that a regular occurrence that there's like a legitimate fear of like it dulling? Mind your business. You know what? Fair point. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Get some. Now I gotta get some glue to glue his neck, because I totally forgot that this was just fucking stuck in. I think it's like, I think maybe the idea was like I wanted to give him a different head at one point. Shit, you're right. It is him. He is the Dragon Slayer. Buddy. There we go. All right, I'll leave him be and hope his glue does the job. What was the context for using the sword against a person? Do I want to use the same color scheme for like? Yeah, I think it'd be fun just to keep all my guys consistent. So I will continue to metal this guy up, though. This guy's got a lot less. He's got a lot less helmet for sure, which I think is fine. But yeah, like explain the I used the sword against a person before. Like I said, my only experience with the sword is that when I was younger, I would sit in my driveway. I swear to God, I would sit in a driveway, and I would do I would do sick katana poses while wearing cargo shorts. Once again, like I repeatedly at various stages of my life really wonder why I wasn't beaten up. Every single behavior I did should have gotten me. I should have known how my own underwear tastes. I'll like reset the camera, go man. Let's see, but it's like nah. I could safely go full like light rail Avenger in my front yard and be totally fine. And then just go to school the next day and no one would beat me up. In a small town. It was very statistically improbable that I did not get a wedgie. Oh yeah, exactly. I was like, yeah, but I was in an environment with no predators, so I just kind of evolved just to be just happy and whimsical, not realizing I could be ruined at any moment. No, that's fair. That sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, you're probably talking about like. I do remember in college I wanted to try fencing. I was like, oh shit, fencing's available at the college, and I just never did. I should have though. That would have been nice. This guy now just has like a divot because at one point he must have had a sword that I just lost and just assumed he still had. Like that's really the only way that could possibly happen. So let's see, look at that. Creatures. They look a lot more, they look really weird on rounds. Like I mean, like I said, I still think you could run these guys in the current version of the Slaves to Darkness stuff, but it feels, you can definitely tell that they were made for a different environment, and like I'm returning them home, which I think will be fine. Real dull swords. No, that sounds great. I think the only reason I didn't do that shit as a dumb teen is because like my family was like, you know, we didn't have access to good swords. I probably put glue on your head. What the fuck? Let me try a different thing of glue. I'll do that, and then I'll add a little bit of baking soda to the bottom of the head. Then a little bit of baking soda on the head, midgeon. There we go. It still feels like, I know objectively that the little baggie of white powder on my lap is baking soda, but there's still like something, like pop culture has just made me feel weird about it. And I don't like, you know. So I wait till they were halfway across the lawn and out on a sheet that they threw away to trap. I mean, that is a really funny thing and something you could only do in a very specific time period. And like I do think if you did that now, you would be on the news. And I can understand why the other people would be terrified, but also at the time, man, that must have fucking rocked. At the time, that must have really fucking been fun as shit. Super chat, no. I do not need baking soda up in my shit. That would be ideal to avoid for sure. Yeah, you can try to avoid the little. This guy's got like an okay amount of Chaos Star trim. To be fair, he is a lord though, so he should look a little snazzier. I'm okay with spending a little bit of effort to go back and kind of like re-punch up all the various spikes and whatnot on his armor. That's not a big deal. How are you doing, Sam? How you doing? Not really late. No, we're about like an hour or some in. So this is the main guy. Ooh. Oh, look at him. He's been drying. I think the tail's a little scuffed. I might need to touch that up a little bit. Ooh. Ooh. Look at you, buddy. Hell yeah. Okay. I'm probably still going to give him a while to dry up. I could honestly just put a little bit of dirt on the tail too, just to kind of like just put dirt on the bottom. That's probably going to be the ticket. Oh, but fuck yeah, let's go. But yeah, no, so it's like, I'll sneeze muffins. I don't want to sneeze muffins. That sounds like an awful time. But yeah, I've been working on that guy. So while he's been drying, I've been working on some other assorted Warhammer Fantasy Chaos like HQs because I've just had a couple kicking around. I do still want to get the Manticore too, but like what I want to do for like this guy. Please let me zoom out a little bit. So this guy's already got a bit of a like, you know, big pose, and he's gonna be on a similar base to this guy. No, actually. Like, if I was to glue him to a base, I could do something like this, like, right away. But I want to add, like, a really steep kind of, like, mountain or, like, a spire or something for him to grab onto. So I need to find, like, a good base topper for that. Oh, shit. Hold on. Guys, I think I found my base topper. Hold on. So, I was looking under my desk. So how you doing, Hawk Oddly? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nerd Golden Skating Variety. How's Meadow Street, Neo? So today's main model is this big boy, this fine lad, and how you doing, Biofoot? But he's still drying from his enamel. So in the meantime, I'm just kind of working on some other chaos Warhammer fantasy battle dudes. Though I'm gonna be running these for OPR instead of like the old world. Not that I think that just, you know, I think OPR is a system that I enjoy a lot more for that kind of thing. I've been playing OPR regiments with a friend of mine, and that's been pretty great. But yeah, also, if you do not know me, I'm Halbernot the Mimico from Entertaining Vtuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. These guys are going to be, like, probably, I try to make these guys open between whether I wanted them to be, like, only Nurgle mark or also just kind of, like, a variety. At the very least, I want sort of higher ups to be Nurgle marked. Hey, to be fair, these are placeholders. This is placeholder. I actually have a bunch of 60 millimeter square bases coming in. They're coming in literally tomorrow, straight up. Oh, thank you. But yeah, these guys will be liberated from their rounds shortly. Ideally, sometime tomorrow, assuming like no delays or whatnot. But yeah, thank you. I've been having a lot of fun. It's been nice. Let's see. So hold on, let me. Hold on a sec. I'm not going anywhere, but I need to make sure that I don't bump something. I need to do some. I'm gonna go under my desk. I'm exploring. I am spelunking. Oh God. I have a bag full of bark. Okay. Oh Jesus. Okay, there we go. Don't worry, I'm still here. I just went under my desk. Ah, there we go. I got hair. The problem with being a long-haired dude is you just get a lot of hair in your mouth over the course of your life. It's unfortunate. All right, I'm back. Yippee. So this is going to be covered in dust and grime and whatnot. But so, like, I made this a while ago, and this was for, like, a bit of terrain for, like, a turn-up defensible terrain piece. But I think if I, like, yank this shit... You ever yank your shit? Like, rogue pieces of styrofoam in here. What the fuck? Nice updates. Hey, let's go. All right. So we got this. I freed this bit, which is what I wanted. So now... Like, in theory, I could do this. Ooh. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. I thought I was going to have to do a lot more bullshit. This is kind of perfect. Like maybe add, like, a little bit of extra leverage to the bottom of the base so he can stand up on it. Oh, let me move from the side so you guys can get a better view of what I'm thinking about. Basically, the ruined tower thingy whatever will sit right here. And he can either lie flat, or I can kind of just add some extra elevation and just have him, like, firmly grasp it. And then he's got big honking wings otherwise. I could even just, like... Yeah, okay. I think this is the play. Alright, so... Very small tangent to glue this on the into place. A lot of times for like a big thingy like this where it's like, I like my super glues, but I use a lot of Elmer's for stuff because like the bond's generally pretty strong. Also, I like having that like little bit of wiggle room when I'm like setting some stuff up. I get some Elmer glue. I can just kind of smush it like that, and then once again get my big boy out. I want him to, like, firmly grasp this. I can't... Oh, yeah, there's, like, a little... I mean, there is, like, a little hole in there where I could just put, like, a dude. I have some, like, Empire Gunners. I could always, like, 3D print something similar as well. Yeah, okay, I don't think I need to do like really anything else besides this. Perfect. Excellent. So I need to texture the base a bit later. I can even show you guys how I kind of do like my basing process. You know, that wouldn't hurt. All right, so like, all right, we are moving past just doing painting today. This is how I do bases. I guess I don't really ever show how I do bases. So like, in here is a cup, and it is filled with just like scraps of like whenever I get big old things of corkboard. Corkboard is like just like if you're gonna get any basing material, just get like a bunch of this shit. It lasts forever. It's pretty versatile. Like I said, you can just see I can just kind of rip chunks off of it, get like the rightest shape. I'm gonna try to get it like inside the temple. There we go. Also, generally, you do want to kind of like pick the edges a little bit because like there is a sort of like telltale cork look, but if you kind of like smooth it out a little bit, it doesn't look as like very telegraphed. There we go. You can also do that too if you have the option to scavenge those kind of boards. Absolutely go for it. You know, I mean, I feel like that's like if you have the option to like, you know, most mini basing materials and terrain stuff is just arts and crafts. If you can like scavenge or steal or whatever, not steal, you know, it's not okay. It's not steal if it's from work. Nah, I don't. The guild doesn't really have any good crafting materials in it. But you know the legality of wherever you're at. I don't know how I feel about these little spikes. This is also, I believe, the same base that's on the. I guess you could scavenge paper clips. I think, you know, depending on your jurisdiction and whatnot. I had a little bit on here. Basically, I just want to kind of like break up any free bits on the base. Nothing too bananas. Shitty, I guess. Wonder how long it would take for me to get the Manticore ready. So like I said, next week I was like, what the fuck do I want to do for next week? And I could just very well do the Manticore. I was going to do the Blight Kings, and I still might, but like the Manticore is now also an option. Basically just continue to rip. You can also like, I think it'd be really cool to get like a food processor or a blender and really just like render these extra chunks into just to sort of like a nice powder or whatever. I've not done that yet. I technically have like a NutriBullet or like a Magic Ninja. I have like some brand of like bullet type food processor. Because for a while I was like, ooh, I want to be a healthy boy and make yogurts and shit. So go get on. I don't think that was like a bad impulse. It's just that like that was a very specific time in my life. Also, yeah, it also comes, like I said, it comes into one of these sheets, and like I use this shit for everything. You could just like rip off a big old chunk. Yeah, like an old meat grinder. There's like a bunch of stuff like that. Let's see. Debating the idea of just like clipping off that little rock just so I get like a bit more. I could always just kind of like rip around this. That's also how I did this is also how I did the bases for my Blight Kings that I'm going to be working on. I want to be really simple with them, just like big flat bit. It's tricky though because like they're very cool models, but they're very bulky. Like they're very bulky and just kind of like, you know, don't leave you a lot of space to work, which is why I'm going to try to put like little like branches and plants and other kind of things in the like the alcove and some other stuff. But otherwise, I'd love to do more height elevation. And maybe I can though, because there is that kind of thing where it's like the more you fuck with like a model that looks like right flat is kind of all right, but if you sort of do Jay plays but if you kind of do something like this is like very extreme, but you can kind of see it adds that bit of dynamism, and you can always just like glue a bit on and just kind of like just rip off the top. So you got like a nice, more like even footing. So like I could do something like this if I want him to look like really, really aggressive. So like he's getting ready to like really like rush in. Probably for these guys, I don't think that's super necessary, but there's an option. How you doing, 14? How you doing? I am so the main boy is still drying. He's probably gonna be drying for a bit. But I'm currently I'm working on a base for another guy because I thought it'd be really cool. I also wish I had more like bricks and stuff though. I think that would be really nice if I had a bit more bricks. I'm gonna try to glue a bit more to the back, so that way the big boy has some room to stand on. And if you just like glue them, and if you ever need to like kind of like even it out, you can always just peel bits from the top. Probably do just like another little bit right there. Gosh, you know about the policy. You know, were they upset that they were forced to wear shoes? Or like, I've never heard anyone have like a shoe-based crash out before, but I guess the guild doesn't really have those kind of crash outs in general. Huh. I like wearing comfy shoes when I'm forced to wear shoes, but like I don't think I'd want to lose my job over like not wanting to wear shoes. If it's like, all right, how you either have to like, you know, look for a new job and deal with the job market, or you can just wear specific shoes. I'll wear specific shoes. It's not that big of a part of my life, you know? Oh, a customer. Okay. Oh, okay. That's, you know. Well, in that case, it's even more weird because it's like, yeah, you're a customer. There are societal standards for shoes you gotta follow. If you're going into an establishment and you're just fucking just like gross toes out, you're like, come on, buddy. Buddy, we are part of a society here. I'm gonna mushing some shit in there. There we go. I'm debating if I want to throw more in there or not. I could. Wearing shoes like, what the fuck then? Like, what was their fucking problem? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no. Let's see. Once again, yeah, it's like that's just kind of like a lot of things in life where it's like if somebody's being an ass, it's just good to get rid of them. Just like get out. Honestly, you're just lowering the quality of life for literally everyone. Yeah, it's like, how dare you try to stop me and my free-range ringworm? Oh, and then... There we go, get a little bit on there. Alright, and then I think the base will be not done. So basically what I do at this stage is... The downside to using super glue like this is it takes a while to dry. I think I might cram a little bit on there. Sorry that you guys like, ooh, I wanted to watch Hal paint, and I'm like, JK, I'm gluing little bits of cork. I really like the stage though, I'm not gonna lie. Like the mini painting's fun, but basing is just like miniature. It's terrain making, and terrain making is one of the most fun things you could do with minis. Like if you ever need a reason, you're like, boy, I like the idea of having terrain, but I don't know like when I'll find time for it. You should do it. Base, god damn it. It's super worth it. It's just incredibly fun. But usually what I'll do at this point is I'll use spackle and stuff. So this is gonna take like maybe like 24 hours to dry. I'll use some spackle to fill in the gaps. And yeah, there we go. Well, okay, I had like a little mini revelation. Hell yeah. Friday do be the spice indeed. Or it looks like shit. Yeah, kinda, yeah. It's like, you know, this is like a kind of ruined little building thing. I'll probably add some other shit later. I want to get some, like... I was looking for some molds to do, like, plaster bricks that I still really, really want. Oh, yeah, actually, I had a little bit of extra fun. So I also have this entire bag, like, little, like, big thing of basing materials. I know, fuck it. I'm intrigued. I'm having fun. I could do, like... Actually, that'd be kind of cool. Hold on, sorry. I'm back in the sauce. Well, because like that really is true. Like the more stuff you put on the bases, the more kind of like textures and variety you get. And then like you don't have to paint them significantly more crazy either. If you're like, well, like the more I put on there, the more effort I have to put into that. Not really, no. Even if they're like roughly the same sorts of colors, they still look pretty good. Let's see what option I got like a big old. I got some corpse piles, which I could put in there, but probably not. Got some like fucked up little vines. Actually, the fucked up little plants might be kind of neat. Using my VTuber model. I'm very curious now. My regular ass glue. This is more like a super glue task. You don't have a base. Oh yeah, I remember when like G-Dubs did that like April Fool's joke for like the full-size base, and I'm like, that'd be kind of fun. Is Arena? Hey, thank you for the base. Bit of baking soda because I clearly am gonna need it for this. Fuck. This is why it's like I could have probably waited a little bit because I'm definitely like pushing other things off, but that's fine. Gotta add a little bit of glue there. A little bit on there. There we go. Yes, I appreciate Funny Bezos Renewal Day. What else do I got on here? I got some like extra ruined stone bits. I don't want to go too crazy though. Like I need to see if I got like more of these like little like that's like a little ruined church bit that could totally work. But it's kind of flat. What else I got? I got this funky little like broken chapel thing that I can kind of just jut out. Nah, I think if I do too much that's poking out, it'll sort of take it away from there. Dono activated terrain. Be a bad idea, actually. Just like... I'm just imagining me with just like a little mini... Like you'd scroll up and by my feet you would just see like a little base or whatever. There we go. Stuff. Okay, that could kind of be neat, actually. Just kind of like knocked over just random church bits. Like this is part of like a bigger ruin. Actually, in that case. Yeah, that is sort of the tricky thing too. It's like, yeah, my feet will generally be hidden. It's like one of those things that like technically VTubers really don't need a full body model most of the time, but also like the standard's been kind of set. Also, it's just fun to have one. I'm not gonna lie. Like when the new outfit hits, it's gonna have feet because like, yeah. I want feet. I want feet. It's got like some little books and stuff. I can just put this. I think I'll just do like one more little bit and then I'll wait for this. You really don't need legs, no. It's like objectively my feet are sort of wasted most of the time. But also like, you know, I think once again, I think the expectation is now set though. Like, I think every now and then somebody's like, oh shit, yeah, you really don't need a full body model. I feel like we kind of sailed past that point where it's like, yeah. YouTuber, full body. Full body or bust. Alright, so yeah, check out this base. So far looks pretty good. Like I said, I'm going to give this like a 0.4 souls place. There's like a little bit of cobweb on there, which is very natural, but maybe I know there was like a cobweb paint that existed at one point. I would love, but I need to remember who makes that and whatnot, because it's been a hot minute. Your mom, oh, Charlie, shut the fuck up, fucking idiot. There we go. Bustin'. All right, let's get some. Let's go and get their cloaks and whatnot, because I think the more just base color I start getting on these chuckle fucks, the best. You could take them out. Yeah, oh yeah, no, there's a bunch of people. There are people that are like specifically they'll paint cockpits and stuff and then seal them in. So like the only real indications that cockpit ever has models in it is just like the inherent knowledge of like the person who put together. Which like there's like a certain like bit of like neat artistry to that, which I enjoy. It's in the same way that people like whenever they make like sand sculptures or whatever, the kinds it's like, yeah, this is a beautiful thing I spent a lot of time on, but you know, eventually the waves will come and claim all of it, and that's fine. But then people will just do that for like the cockpit of an Imperial Knight or like inside a Lehman Russ or whatever, and I think that's neat. I do think that's neat. it's kind of weirder. The more you get into kind of like the weird indie punk mini painting scene, whatever, people are sort of more open to the idea of like, this is a mini that's made for one specific event, and if it's never used outside of event, that's fine. But also you get that sort of like, yeah, like, fuck it, I'll make a mini and then let it get crushed. How you doing, Instances? How you doing? How you doing? Like there was, I remember, I think it was, I never got to see it myself. I still have not been to, I was kind of hoping to make it to Adepticon this year. Oh boy. I will say that like my fall plans for traveling might still be on the table, but like Adepticon, and there was like another thing in like the like summer I was looking forward to, which was going to be like a, I got invited to like a minis event in like Eastern Europe, but that would have been neat. But yeah, there's no way I can do that now because of the move. But like, I know at one of the Adepticons, there was like a guy had like a booth, and it was like, all right, you bring a mini, and like a bunch of people bring minis, and you sort of do like a little makeup tournament. And you should, like, the stats are kind of like arbitrary, like, yeah, just roll like, try to roll 4-ups on dice, and then the loser would get, their mini would get crushed. And people were losing their shit over it. They're like making minis and be like, all right, it's time, me and the buds. We have to see who's going to win. I wonder if that, because I think there was like already starting to run into trouble with that a while ago. With dirt rather than putting a torch down covering it. Yeah, I think I do that too, but that's more of a lazy thing. I feel it. See, I will fully admit that like the couple of times I've been invited to do like big Minecraft stuff, I never really mess with the villagers a lot. I know that there are people that like specifically go and like sort of like kidnap their villagers and then make their own like little weird village pin town where they're like, you're going to be a baker now. Like, I don't know. Like whenever I played Minecraft, I always sort of did more like the bandit raid option where I just show up and I'm like, these carrots in your house, they're mine. Goodbye. Like I've done that. I don't know. I don't even think it's a eugenics thing because I don't think you can really like I guess you can customize like a job thing. But yeah, that was like a pretty like, you know, it always just felt like a lot of work for like not the greatest payoff, and it just always creates like a weird like this is a lump of people that you got to deal with now, and they always go like like that a whole bunch. I don't know. So I've never really messed with like village breed. I've also never really messed with like monster farmers and stuff. I am like, once again, also Echo the Goddess, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. I'm talking about how I play Minecraft, which is the most like boring missionary with the lights on for the purpose of procreation version of playing Minecraft. I dig into a hole and then I mine. That's what I do. But how's it going? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. And right now, the main guy I'm working on is actually like probably close to being able to manipulate him a bit. Oh, sick. I'm waiting for some. I'm legitimately waiting for paint to dry. Like not even a fucking joke. Let's get this big old thing of cord stuck behind me. Yeah, let's go. How you doing, Snessuck? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So the main guy I worked on today. Ooh, look at him. Look at you, buddy. Look at him. Okay. Like I said, I think there's a little bit of fuck up around the tail where it got a little like gummed up in dirt, but I could also probably just do some dirt around there. Do a little bit of dry brushing on the metals and stuff like that. Oh, okay. That's so like, yeah, getting. I will also fully admit though, like I've never like. I think by the time that like we'd ever get into a server where it's like enchanting and trying to fight like the Ender Dragon stuff became a thing, I kind of checked out. I don't know. It's like I only really play Minecraft as like, okay. I play Minecraft as a social experience, but my social experience is digging a little hole, and man, do I just really that's just how I live my life. God damn it. Even the infinite realm of like a video game where you can go anywhere and do anything. I just go into my own little corner and just do my weird autistic bullshit all day. God damn it. I can't escape. Such as life Such doth life inside Minecraft and out. God damn it. It is a mood. It is a mood for sure. Introspection. That's why we love you. Thank you. To be fair, I'm aware of the way my brain works, so it's not like super terrible. There we go. I'm also gonna rip this guy off his base because like that I definitely did on purpose so I could reach some of the like the back of like the cloaks and shit. Like apparently whenever because I stripped the paint from this guy a while ago, but clearly there must have been like some attempt of a plan. I was definitely planning something with this guy, which I did not fuck with though, which is fine. I need to also get my like. I'm going to be doing a 1,500 point list. I actually don't know if I'm going to use Ether. I'll try to use that guy. I'll at least try to use the rider lad to do something. But yeah, I don't know. Like at least the Minecraft urge doesn't hit me. I have been watching play like a couple of people I know play that like Pokopia, the one where you're like a Ditto and you kind of do like Dragon Quest. So I know Dragon Quest Builders is a game and I believe it's basically like the same game. Like, I think it's mostly the same game. I could totally be wrong, though. Yeah, how you doing, kids? How you doing? Yeah, that one. Yeah. And it's like, that does look pretty cozy. I'm still not at the point in my life where I'm like, I need a Switch 2. I barely played my Switch 1, to be honest. I like barely played my Switch 1. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to spend $500, but like, they keep releasing games. I'm like, sorry. Maybe filling my room with baking soda isn't the greatest idea. Big if true. But it's like Kirby Air Riders. I'm like, ooh, that was like one of my never ever dream games, and they made it real. And now I have to deal with the fact that it's real. I don't know. I don't think I'm actually sick. I think legitimately I just created more or less a localized form of dust in my room. I could totally be wrong though, maybe. There's too many. There really is. There's so many fucking games. Like I calculate like I'm pretty sure by the time I'm done with all the mainline Half-Lives, that's gonna be like what, like probably late summer, maybe early fall. And to be fair though, I think probably what I'll do is I'll take some breaks. Like I'll probably play like Half-Life 1 and then maybe play something small or dumb or weird or whatever. I think that's probably for the best so I don't like totally burn myself out, or just like for people who are like, well, I don't want to watch Half-Life. And then I guess I just don't see how for like 8 months. I will drink water in a sec. Give me a sec, nerd. Give me a sec. I still have like the fucking gravestone thing on my lap. I also got a little bit of water. Big stretchy. Oh yeah, this guy doesn't have. No, he does. The fuck? I swear I just painted him purple, but like you can barely tell. Is this just like a really light purple, I guess? I don't think I particularly like super thin this. I do want to see if maybe Pro Acryl has a better dark purple. The Vallejo purples have kind of been disappointing me as somebody who uses a lot of purple for stuff. I do like Portal. I mean, I've already played Portal 1 and 2, and I enjoyed them both. That wouldn't be too bad, because like Portal 1 I could basically beat in like a day. Portal 2, it's actually been long. So I played Portal 2 on release. I think it's actually been long enough that like I remember like very broad strokes of the story about like Cave Johnson and also like his wife, girlfriend, daughter. I forget exactly the relationship between him and the lady who turned into GLaDOS. But like definitely that, and then also Wheatley and whatnot. So I remember stuff like that. So but I don't know, maybe do like one little bit of TF2 or something like that as well. Let's see, you're doing that. Okay, we're drawing a bit. I said, yeah, no, it's the passage of time continues to fuck my shit up. See, I could also make the base dustier, but I don't know if this guy's gonna be like a need of like a lot of like dusty, dirty stuff. I do want to do some I do want to do some more gluing. Hold on. There we go. So I got some of these. I also just like have a, oh, hold on. What do I got? So once again, I'm just like straight up like finding shit. At some point I found an entire bag of like dead grass. I mean, this is actually kind of like the right color and everything. Unfortunately, oh god, okay. Every other thing of grass I got is like this kind of like blighted Arctic grass, which I like, but it's not like a good fit for this. I think this is like the one I need. 64 is away from Napoleon. Fuck. Ah, I hate it. I hate it. Like I could glue like maybe like 1 or 2 in there. True, don't look it up. I feel like that's probably not true, but you know, I would also believe it. Ooh, it's a stranger fiction. But yeah, I think doing a Half-Life 2 playthrough would be kind of fun. Like, I like Half-Life 1, and like, I've played it a bunch. I actually don't even know if playing Half-Life 1 again would really do much, because like, you know, I know the twist, I know the rat holes, I know, like, you know, since you've been gone and whatnot, it's been pretty good. Oh. All right, there we go. Tucking little bits in there. Buddy. Yeah, because Nintendo's been around for fucking forever because they made like, it was like those like little Hanafuda cards that were kind of like more meant for like gambling than anything. I distinctly remember that was kind of always like a big like, hey, Nintendo fan, did you know Nintendo used to do things that weren't video games? Like way the fuck back when? You know, they are old as shit. It's just that they weren't really like, you know, an international powerhouse until the Mario. Until the really Super Mario. Get you in there. Mush that shit in. Mush that shit in. So if you round up this base. Yeah, if you round. You fucker. Let's see, I can have like just enough room here. I might as well just use the like, I don't know if I'm gonna use the rest of these, but I feel like the more I add, the better this just kind of generally looks. The real question is like, do I use the dead grass? Like the dead grass would kind of be neat. Like I could maybe sprinkle like a little bit, but I don't use this kind of stuff very often, so I could also just fuck it up. So I'm kind of doing these like weed style too, where it's like I put them sort of in like the crevices where they're sort of just like growing. I do think it's adding some stuff. Like it does add like a little bit. Might put like another one in the front too, because it's got like a perfect, like this is a little alcove kind of dealio. Oh god, yeah, no, that's. I wonder if those are like that might be old enough to be in like museums. I wonder if there is like I know Nintendo. I think in the past has like kind of like not like owned up to it, but it was kind of more like like I said, like Nintendo trivia. Like now, I wonder if they even bother. If they're especially because, you know, like Nintendo is like the family-friendly company that it is. If they're like, yeah, we used to make these weird playing cards that were kind of mostly used for gambling, but yeah. Let's see. Can I wedge you in there? There we go. I was a little worried. Oh, this guy's still kind of like poking out the side. Actually ripped up a little bit too. There we go. There we go. And I'm so torn with like the fact that I found like a thing of dead grass makes me really want to go like, I want to use it. I don't know where I would really put it though. Like I guess I could put like a little bit of dead grass like around here. You know what? Fuck it. Let's make that thing. How you doing, Mantis? How you doing? I'm working on the lad. turned out pretty good. I'm also going to test a little. I'm just going to take a little bit of PVA glue and mix in like a tiny little bit of water. And I got like this little baggie of like dead grass. And let's see, do I have a paper towel? I mean, yeah, I can do it on a paper towel. I usually use a paper plate though. All right. All right, this would take like a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a plate. Whoa. Keep a bunch of paper plates around just for crafting purposes, really. There we go. I mean, honestly, all you really need to do is just just use some cork. Just like a little bit of like cork board would be pretty good. There we go. Yeah, just get a bunch of this, a couple of these bad boys. Maybe just put like a little rock on the base. Paint it one color. Use some texture paste. Paint it a color and then dry brush it, and you're pretty much there. Like, I know that sounds like a lot of extra steps, but like in practice, you can kind of hit that pretty easy. I don't think that'd be too bad. Get that, and then get a little brush. There we go. Yippee, shady disposable brush, let's go. So I'm gonna just mix a little bit of water and PVA and put the lad on here. There we go. Oh god, it makes the screen very bright, but you know, it's necessary for this, it's necessary. I'm not trying to purposely blind all of you, I swear. Groan tube, what's a groan tube? What defines a groan tube? How's it going, how's it going? Also, Joe, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Thank you. Yeah, the fucking flashbang. All right, so I'm just gonna take a little bit and just kind of hit it like roughly around here, maybe. Guess I got this little thing from Stonehaven. Where the fuck did I get this? Genuinely, I don't recall when I got this little baggie of grass. I don't know. Gotta like remove the staples so that way it doesn't fuck shit up. Oh, okay. I mean, the closest thing I got my Hatsune Miku automaton, but I need to give her batteries. I was going to get batteries for her at one point, but I need to use them for something else, for like a mission critical thing at one point. That's not how you make VTuber fans go blind. There we go. All right. I don't have like a static grass applicator, so I'm just gonna like grab this a little bit and just kind of go like. This doesn't look too bad. Oh, got a bunch on there, and then yeah, I guess if I just kind of keep hitting up around like maybe these areas. Go, get a little bit on there, get a little bit on there. Oh god, the brush is on my lap. Different mini, make a joke about being a free redeem. I feel like I'd probably do that. Like, once again, I'm not surprised that I repeat my own jokes. It probably also doesn't help that we listen to all the Mouth albums quite a bit on the regs, which probably really also fucks with like time stuff. Oh, my brush is like I need to do some like real hardcore brush washing. I've definitely been neglecting giving my brushes lately. That one's not too bad, and then also get a little bit more of this mixture. I don't know. I'm just doing kind of like the tops of these little mounds. That just kind of feels very natural to make them kind of grassy. Some sort of like grassy knoll, maybe. It really is, because like it's one of those fun things. It's like technically the more you repeat your own jokes, the more it becomes like an inside joke or kind of like a signature. Like you can brute force your own sort of like persistent comedy if you do it right, which is very fun. Also that little lump. Whatever. Like he's always just kind of there we go. First week count. No, I just find it funny when it's like with my bad memory. It's more like, hey, I remember shit. I remember that. Fuck. It's like it looks like a lot of it's stuck on. I'm gonna spread it a bit more. I do kind of think a static grass applicator would be neat. But every static grass applicator, whenever I see them online, it's either like, buy this, it's $100, or the alternate, it's like, build this in your garage, attach this metal rod to a battery, and attach this to a tennis racket. I'm like, like, I don't mind DIYing something. Like, I DIY a lot of my own gear, but like, I don't know. That feels risky. I don't want to just like zap myself for that. Yeah, this doesn't look too bad. Let me do like a. Okay, this has got more grip than I expected. There we go. We put this aside. Let's do some black rims because it's like he's not done yet, but like if I give him black rims, he'll feel more done. Which I think works for me. Yeah, same. Like if I think there's a risk that if I DIY it that I will injure myself, I'll spend a little extra money, you know. Like will I do I DIY my own, like, you know, I'm not going to be the guy that like goes and buys like $15 versus of like miniature painter branded miniature gravel for miniatures. Like I don't need to do that. I've also done like, you know, kind of like done some own like house repairs and stuff, you know. I can use a caulking gun. I can't really solder. I can do like basically everything else, but I don't want to do anything that I plug in. Yeah, $20 Warhammer brand sand. Meanwhile, my driveway. Yeah, now for people who are not aware, they've decided to kill the Citadel brand for paint. It is now Warhammer branded paint. I don't think that's a bad decision, if I'm going to be honest. Like, you know, they've basically kind of unified the name on literally everything else. I think some people have gotten upset by that, and I can kind of get it because, like, you know, it's been Citadel paint all their lives. But at least for me, I'm just gonna like, yeah. Like newbies already get a little confused. But where's my black paint? Oh, I got other black paint. There we go. Pure black from Vallejo Mecha Color, baby. Yeah, that's what I would rather they switch to dropper bottles, but I don't think they're gonna. I have to imagine that anyone who's getting genuinely upset by that is like probably trying to get like internet grift bucks more than anything. Yeah, I mean, I'm still not buying it either. That's how you doing here, Ian? How you doing? Welcome. I've been working on this lad today. Looks like he's been doing pretty good. I'm gonna try to get a black rim on the bases because that's what I like. I wish I could tell you why I like it like this. It's just, you know, I don't get upset if other people don't. And back in the War Machine day, I used to try to paint bases to have like matching and stuff. Hey, congrats on beating Tummy Hort. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of like the way it looks. Just looks nice and clean and neat. Which is funny considering like literally everything I paint and do. It's like this guy's like disgusting. His name is Man Filled with Boils. His specialty is being filled with boils. But he has like a nice, really crisp black rim on his base. Like, you know, as one do. As one do. But yeah, I still have very little reason in this day and age to buy any G-Dubs official paint. Like even my holdout colors. My holdout colors were Steel Legion Drab and Steel Legion Drab was just because I had some kicking around, and then fucking like Warplock Bronze. And Warplock Bronze has been entirely supplanted by what's it called? By evil this color. There we go. Rough Iron. Rough Iron basically supplanted that color in its entirety, and ooh, that make me so fucking happy. Hell yeah. God, yeah, I guess this purple. What the fuck is up with this purple? I really need to get the Pro Acryl purple because clearly the Vallejo one is like failing me. It's getting like, it's like weirdly drippy and I don't know why. Also, Jay, enjoy your lurk, yo. Yeah, exactly. Covered in boils, but it's looking cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, I guess at that point, yeah, you can argue that. But other people are like, you know, they want to like the mini to really blend into it. I think that's also why like a lot of bases used to be Goblin Green back in the day, because the vast majority of games, whether it was 40k or fantasy, would be played on those like flock table, like flock grass tables. And like those are like pretty good for like for what they were doing at the time. But you can even tell that like once they started to gravitate away to that, that's when like a lot of the 40k minis started getting like brown bases, brown rims and stuff like that. Oh god, yeah, no, I think the loose baking soda in my room is going to make me sneeze a lot. So I'm sorry in advance. That was absolutely unenforced error. Yeah, strategically placed rocks sucks. At least you can clip those off. I've like I had to clip some. Which one is that? Yeah, like I don't think this guy, but one of the Blight Kings definitely had one. One of the Blight Kings definitely had a strategically placed rock that has gotten slipped. Oh, Nurgle's not taking me. I feel happy. There we go. My other side. I haven't done a fucking Holy Grail reference in a long time. Once again, it still feels weird to me that like what used to be a pillar of like every tabletop nerd needs to know that. And I don't know what the equivalent of that is now, I guess. Like I guess it's just assumed that like a lot of people coming into the tabletop hobby probably just like I think it's just talking about Dimension 20 or like Dimension 20 or fucking like a Critical Role or whatever. That's probably the equivalent of like the Monty Python in-group now. Oh yeah, no, yeah, the clear stick is nice. I have a big clear stick too. I have a really thick clear stick for a flyer, which I'm gonna be using for a different project, but I need to need to get like a real big turnip. Like I'm not turnip. I need like a really big garlic. Have I ever eaten a walnut? I don't. Maybe. I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm okay with nuts as like a snack, but it's not. I usually don't eat them very often though. Like if I'm going to the store, I'm not gonna get like a big old thing of like cashews or whatever. Just be like, fuck yeah, it's snacking time. It's just not something I don't really do. Like I think I used to have a lot more peanuts when I tried to do like trail mix kind of deals for like, you know, I try to do that thing. It's like replace the snacks with slightly healthier snacks like trail mix. Oh yeah, no, for if you're doing any type of activity where it's just like, you know, you just need energy. No, yeah, nuts are really good because they're just like really good, like quick calories and stuff like that. But yeah, if I'm just like at my house, I'm not really eating those. I imagine they're probably not bad or anything. I just typically don't eat those a huge amount. I think I'm getting a little bit of pain in the feral. I gotta watch out for that just a teeny bit. Let's see, getting there. Eventually, I will get enough layers of purple on this guy that they'll stop blending together. That's a lot of nuts. That'll be $4, baby. You want fries with that? Exactly. There we go. Court mandated Kung Pao reference has been said. Speaking about movies, I'm really curious. I need go for Chuck. I'm really curious about this. So for Movie Monday, we are going to be watching Aragon. And now, I did not grow up with Aragon. I was kind of in that age bracket where people were like, yeah, Aragon, more like nepotism Star Wars. But we've also reached a point that a lot of people genuinely did grow up with Aragon, and that was like their entry to fantasy. So it's in a very interesting spot. I'm like, either way, I don't think the movie's any good. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't tried to do like a fucking like TV miniseries based on Aragon though. I'm kind of surprised on that actually. I feel like in this day and age of this like apparently I have watched none of them. I keep hearing really good things about that last Game of Thrones derivative show. It's like the Knights of the Realm or whatever. Apparently people are like, this is 10 out of 10 show, chivalry the best. Maybe it's just like a genuinely sweet and fairy tale night story, which we haven't gotten like a big budget one of those on TV in a while. So I could see people being like, ooh, this is good. But I really don't watch any. I don't. Do they still call it kind of like prestige TV? That idea of these like big high budget shows kind of done on like the bigger networks, sort of like their like draw to get you to sign up to the streaming service. Kind of like Severance and stuff like that. I've heard Severance is really good. It's like Severance. I have not done like a Breaking Bad. Pluribus seem neat. Just a premise. I don't really watch that kind of shit anymore. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't have access to any cable stuff whatsoever. Like, I haven't even watched, like, I really only watched one episode of Smiling Friends just because of that. I'm just like, well, I don't really have any platform it's on, and, you know, I'm sure there's ways I could find it online, but, lazy. I got other stuff I could watch. Oh, yeah, you have a bunch of acorns and trees and stuff there, but I could see that being pretty legit. It'd be nice. I remember a friend of mine back in high school, her family owned, like, an apple orchard, and that was, like, the funnest shit running around. It was also just kind of funny, too, because, like, because of the orchard, her and her entire family just kind of passively, like, an entire family basically passively smelled of apples. Like, they smelled great. It's just because, like, you don't really get, like, that, like, you know, jobs a lot of times will, like, imprint a scent on somebody, but, like, yeah, it's typically not good. Typically, you're not like, ooh, there we go. It's good. It's like, you work here? I bet you smell great. Now, usually it's like, oh, you work here? I bet you're going to smell of fish for the rest of your life. But yeah, no, everyone there genuinely smelled really nuts. And I said really nuts because I just briefly looked over at your message, Lana. Got a little bit of black on there. That's fine. I can touch that up in a bit. Yeah, ooh, wood smoke smells. Oh, that sounds great. Sounds great. Reminds me of, like, ages ago, I tried to do that. There's, like, a way that you could sort of, like, DIY your own smoked salmon without a smoker. It was basically, like, salt curing the salmon and using a little bit of liquid smoke. If you guys have never tried liquid smoke, it's insane. It'll be, like, one droplet, and, like, it'll, like, if you get any of that on your hands, you'll smell like smoke for, like, days. It's kind of crazy. But, like, really good, like, I don't know who would do this. I think this would be a weird thing to do. But in theory, if somebody was to say, like, take a little bit of that and use it as, like, a perfume sort of thing. Like if Guy Fieri wanted to smell like a guy. Like if he wanted to smell like a smokehouse. Like that would totally work. Yeah, because if I remember right, it's like healthier for you. Because if I remember right, basically what they do, I forget the exact science behind it, but I remember they like extract some level of like the flavor, but you remove a lot of the materials that would be carcinogenic in smoke. So it's like technically better for you, I believe. That sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure some people would go apeshit, you know. Like everybody's got their own favorite scents. Some people buy the novelty scents. Fucking cracks me up the fucking. So it was Vivi who did like, she ordered a bunch. So you can get a bunch of like scent accessories for cranking it. And it's always like scent of your like childhood best friend or scent of like your boss or whatever. And it's apparently, I think they all mostly just smell bad. But like, there's like so many of those fucking things. It's like also one of those jobs that I think would be really, really fun. Just like, so like someone's basically entire job is like, yes, I work at the Boner Scent Factory. I'm in my labs. I have to imagine it's a lot like a Taco Bell situation where you got like 8 ingredients and you have to remix it endlessly, but you just got to like brand it differently. You're like, well, if I use a different ratio of this, we could argue this is more like Tomboy than Yadu, so we could market that different. It's like just like that's just somebody's job. Some guy go into the scent factory and just like, all right, I gotta make a perfect Yadu scent, I guess. Hey, doing, K-Mappy? How you doing? A metal wood fire. Ooh. Yeah. I mean I don't blame them for saying that tastes good. That is a the liquid smoke is something you buy specifically for that. So like other people had the exact same thought and they're like, how do I market this? This guy's a little tricky, not because like he's got like a decent amount of like little like extra details I'm trying to pick out. So I'm going to be doing my tarnished metal on him again. So I'm trying to get like everything that I want to look like that. How you doing, K-Mappy? How you doing? I'm basically working on a couple of different Warhammer Fantasy models. There we go. This guy's got like a lot of like crazy trim on some shit. Yeah, liquid smoke. It's like it's something you can get that is like straight up a vial that's like, it's basically like condensed smoke flavoring that they extract from smoke. It's pretty legit though. It's pretty legit. Let's see. They're casting Call of Duty, looking for someone who's 6'7". Oh, did they? I don't know who they did. They not cast a real tall boy? I mean, it's not like if I remember right, the entire like if the guy who played the Mountain was from an entire family of giant boys. So like, if they needed extras, if they need another tall person, it's not like they didn't know where to look. But yeah, it's liquid smoke is pretty legit if like you want to add like a smoky flavor to things. I don't know a lot of recipes that use it. Like I said, at the time, my idea was like, it wasn't my idea. It was a recipe that was like, yeah, you can use this to try to recreate smoked salmon, but doing like a salt cure instead of that, whatever. I mean 6'4" is still pretty good. I thought you were implying that they used like a short guy and they used a lot of like camera trickery. I think, I think if you're in a tall role and you're 6'4", because if I remember right, there was I know at the time one of the last podcast hosts, Ben Kissel, he is no longer with their network, but like at the time, it was like, if you're in Hollywood and you are, I believe 6'3" or bigger, that is considered like a special like talent that they put on your like resumes and shit. How you doing, Aosh? How you doing? Working on the lad. Oh yeah. There's also a certain point where you're too tall and you just, you just become like a hindrance more or less. That's not too surprising. But yeah, how you doing? I'm working on this lad. I also wonder how much of this is like, I just need to get him ready to glue onto a base. It's really just getting the back of the cloak, because like once I glue that on there, so he's got his own fucking rock, because of course he does. Talented. Oh wait, how I vaguely recall you're being short. How short are you? I'm curious. I'm 6'1", so I'm like, I'm tall, but like not specially tall. Like, like if you say someone's 6'1", like that's tall, but like it's not going to be like an amazing like party trick. That's not too bad. I mean, that's definitely short for sure. At least you're still, yeah, I was gonna say, at least you're still, both of you still, okay, you're still in the boat 5 foots. I was looking at this brush and like, somehow this brush has managed to acquire enough paint that is sharp. This is like, so this is my old Dependable. I've had this brush for like straight up, multiple years. And I'll just like soak in isopropyl alcohol and like remove it and like, clean it out. It works pretty well still. It is getting floppier and floppier though. Like I unfortunately I think its time is almost up, and that kind of makes me sad. Like I've been removing the paint stuff. I've been reconditioning it at the same time. It's an old synthetic brush, and like I said, if tomorrow it does not do, if no longer functions as a brush, it's already done way more work than like a brush its size and age should be, Oh yeah, no, it's, yeah. Like I said, I don't get that. So I have not quite giant. I have to imagine if you are 6'7", that people are like, what the fuck? I usually get more to like, excuse me, young man, can you get that from the tall shelf? And I'm like, oh yeah, what do you want? Like, I need that roll of paper towels. I'm like, you got it, lady. Like I do, like I get roped into that kind of shit more than anything. And so I am okay with I am okay with helping little old ladies get their stuff. It's a good thing to do. Get that, Linguini? Why do you bring the forbidden Zoomer speech? It's not like actually like banned forbidden. Just kind of like a. All right, let's zoom out a little bit. So this is okay. So this is the guy. So I'm in an interesting state where I decide how much I want to fuck with it. How much do I want to fuck with the design? And the answer is a little bit. A little bit. I got dark aluminum. I want to do a little bit of dry brushing on the weapons and stuff. I think it's because, unfortunately, Aosh, I think they want to see you like either like scale the wall like Shadow of the Colossus or like go up a ladder. God damn, like a big. Oh, that's fun though. Like that's like you're astonishing people actively. That's pretty great. That's pretty fun. I'm gonna take a little bit of an aluminum color. I'm getting my. This is not quite a dry brush yet, but it's getting there. Let's see, where's my... Let's see, there's a very specific brush I want. This one. This brush is really fucked, but it's really good for like this kind of dry brushing. There we go. Now I can go to like the sides of the blade in particular and just kind of like... There we go. And if it gets like a little bit over the top, that's not the worst. But the big thing is I want to add like a little bit more color by getting the sides. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, I heard that's like, so like I'm not quite at that stage, but there is like a thing where some people are like, oh, you're tall? I want to fight you. Like there are some people that are just built like that. So like hopefully you don't get that shit too much, because that sounds really aggravating. That sounds really fucking annoying. There we go. So I'm just trying to hit the edges a little bit. I can also use this to bring like a little bit of the metal color back when I just kind of do like a rough dry brush all over it. There we go. Unfortunately, the other this guy's still got like a little bit of a blade in there, like a little bit of a pokey thing. Just kind of go back and hit some of this other edge. There's also like very, very faint like cracks. There's like very, very faint like rune cracks where if I wanted to, and I'm debating, if I want to make it really stand out, I could make it glow. I'm torn because on one end, I think the glow would kind of fuck. I think the glow would kind of fuck. But I also don't want to be, you know, like I could go, that could go almost a little too overboard a little bit. A bit more. Put on there. Oh, and then also there we go. Add a little bit on there. Actually, I want to add like a couple little highlighty bits to bring a little bit of color back in. Movie about a prison that interviewed the guy in the yard he hid every day. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not too surprised about it. Usually the thing I hear about is from like comedians and stuff because like, you know, if you're a comedian, people probably want to punch you anyway, but also if you're like a tall comedian, people really want to punch you. Oh yeah, I guess if you're like maybe like 6'3", people oh fuck. People are like, yeah, I could probably maybe take them, but then yeah, I guess if you're at your height, they're like, oh please God, I don't want to get my shit wrecked. Which I think is nice. I think, you know, I think it's cool to have a height that's like, yeah, I'm like relatively like, you know, insulated from people starting shit. I think that sounds like a nice thing to have. Where I got like an itty bitty bit on the edge of that horn, but I think if I just take a there we go. I think I fixed. Oh shit! There's also the axe too. Fuck! I totally forgot about the axe. I was just trying. I fucking. Every now and then, like I know I always listen to the Neil Cicierega albums when I do these streams, but every now and then I'll kind of just like forget that I'm listening to it, and then I'll also join you guys in like, oh yeah, and I was just a train. Yeah, this guy, like, I'm looking at this guy does have enough like loose glowing bits. I mean, like, at least like, I mean, loose cracks on the like there and there. I might do some light glowing. I might do some light glowing on this guy. I think that'd be worth it for some cool shit. Flip it on there. Couple little bits where I definitely got like a swipe of metal, but not in a great way. Got like, this guy's got some like weird stuff that like, oh, I think I gave the top of his, god damn it. He's got like leather boots, and it's incredibly hard to figure out where the boots end and the everything else begins. So I think I accidentally just gave his boots a little metallic sheen, which once again I can kind of just like, I've been finding I could just take the brown, like the dark brown I've been using on a bunch of stuff and just kind of like, yeah, just kind of touch that up a wee bit. That might just be a good boot highlight color. Yeah, actually I could just do that. Add a little bit on there. Also, how you doing, Burrito? How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on my big fuck. And my big fuck's looking nice. I really like how my big fuck's turning out. He's doing pretty good. How you doing? How you doing though? Been having fun with the large lad. Oh. On there. Ooh, birthday soon, hell yeah. So how you doing, Mr. Fix-It? Welcome everybody. Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Been taking a look at the lad. Like I said, I think like a lot of this is like, let's see, the day I do BattleTech. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. You have to be like, well, oh, it's my birthday. Don't hurt me too much. I feel like BattleTech people would attack you extra hard if you did that. Oh yeah, let's go. Congrats on your early birthday. I feel like a little bit of like a, oh, what's it called? Like a leathery color there. Yippee! Let's go. Finally, hey! Let's go. Congratulations. All right, how do I want to do this? So he's got runes on his sword. Now this is where I make a choice. Areas that have cracks that I could put white paint in for a glow effect. I could do it here. The sword has some runes, though I probably wouldn't do it on the bottom. I'd probably just do it on the top. The axe has a way more defined chaos star on it. So it's like around the star, around the star, around the star, around the star. Also, eyes probably. I think making the eyes white dots and having them glow wouldn't be a terrible idea. I could also do that to his helmet, but I think his helmet being dark is also probably good. Yeah, okay, let's get this going. Listen, I don't think I'm gonna go like full crazy coverage on this. But maybe just getting a little bit of glow. Also, like somewhere in here, I know where that like Nurgle like color I use for my slime is. So if I can just kind of get that in there. If I mix a little bit of that Joe Sonia's magic mix, I can kind of blend it a bit. Does the boy drool? Oh yeah, probably making the lad drool would be a good idea, for sure. Probably just get like a probably need to slightly touch up the teeth and maybe get some ooh glue in there. I think that'd be pretty legit. All right, so I'm mixing a bunch of the Joe Sonia's magic mix along with this. So first things first, do a. There we go. Do it one eye drop and then hold on. I'm bringing this other one to close to my face. For a minute. There we go. All right, we got 2 eye drops there. Now I gotta get like I I know I have somewhere in my house, I have like white oil paints. And I know that's what like the El Miniaturista guy does. He's got like really, really, really nice white oil paints that he just kind of like, he'll put like a little bit of water and let it just kind of really glide. I don't quite got that going on. Like I faked it by just kind of really diluting the whites. Like making it like really runny, and that's basically getting in there. Yeah, like I don't need to make every star glow, but I think if I made at least one glow, I think that'd be worth it. I'm gonna need to like pop off the white on this a little bit. See, we do that one. Maybe just the front too. Maybe, I don't know, we'll find out. I guess I could also just end up finding out that I really, really, really like this effect and just kind of go ham. Option. Messy and shitty right now, but you know, once it's all glowing, it should be. Get a little bit in there, and then sword. I have an idea. Hold on. What if I do like a. What if I do it like this, and just take a, because I got that kind of magic mix, which should kind of slow how it dries. So if I can kind of do it like that, what if I take this? This might be risky. Okay, that was very risky. Fuck. So my plan was hoping that it would kind of sink into there. And it probably still might. I think if I do it on the other side, if I just do the exact same thing. That was not what I was hoping for, but not the worst. I can pivot, I can fix this. Mistakes were made, but like not unfixable mistakes. All right, so he's got his entire sword is just going to be kind of lightly magical. That's fine. That's fine. I say coping horribly. We go back to the. Alright, I think that'll be good, and then the other side, I'll get that as well. I should probably start switching to the glow effect before I really go apeshit on too many of these other ones. Yeah, I think that's what I really gotta do, is I really gotta try getting that. I need to just find my white oil paint and start just kind of testing that out. Okay, that's mostly fine. Okay, so let's find, there's a specific color of speed paint that I've been using. It is Pallid Bone, which is, I think basically Pallid Bone is more or less that Nazdrag yellow, which I like for a lot of stuff. Oh shit, we got an ad break coming up. Let's snooze that for now. I think I can make decent progress with just like, boop. Go. This should kind of do like a weird sickly, kind of glow. I need a paint brush to give it a huge shit if it gets all gummed up. Thin this out a little bit. Maybe it's too thin out. Maybe that's too thick. God damn it. guess I can also use a sponge. Let me get a different sponge. I don't know if that sponge is safe. There we go. Oh, there we go. We got like a little glowy, ominous eye bit in there, and then we can kind of do that in here as well. Oh, no, is that reacting with the eye? Weird. Oh. Oh, that's not good. I might be having issues. Okay, luckily it's easy-ish to remove. Yeah, I guess probably what I need to do is like really get I have to really control the amount. Yeah, I gotta be really careful because apparently like either too strong or too weak is really easy to do with these. There we go. All right, so that should be good for there. How you doing, pizza guy? How you doing? I am fucking up glow effects on the eyes for some reason, despite the fact I've done similar ones before. I guess I've not specifically used this color though. Maybe this pallid bone is just kind of finicky for glowy shit. But how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Get like a glowy, faded kind of yellow on there. But yeah, I'm working on my Karkadrak. God damn, I can never remember the name. And so far it's been going pretty good though. Been trying out, like, I've done glow effects like this before, but I don't think I've usually used a lot more brighter colors with the glow. Maybe that's what's going on, is I'm being a little... I also just need to shake it a lot more too. That could also be it. Yeah, luckily for the most part, I haven't had too much difficulty with the eye, but specifically, like, I'm trying a different... So, a lot of times I use that technique of using a speed paint to get like a glow effect. Yeah, I guess this one just doesn't really work for glows. Hold on. I can always kind of like dilute that, like basically suck that out a little bit. I was wanting to do like I guess I do still got like bright yellows. Hold on. I got zealot yellow. That might be better for what I'm trying to accomplish here. Like harden a layer on that. This one's a little tricky because, like, sometimes it can kind of go, like, more of, like, a red spectrum kind of dealio. But, yeah. Fucking eyes. But, yeah, how you doing? How you doing? Also... I'm trying to do that thing where I don't want the speed paint to explode and get paint everywhere, but it is actively clogged. Oh, God. Hold on, check. Where's my... Okay, so yeah, this is the paint I'm using. It is very fucking crusty. Oh my... It's like, what's happening is, like, I got my little thing to kind of, like, push down any clogs, but it seems like as I'm, like, trying to squeeze the paint, it just keeps rising. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got some drops. Nice. All right, so let's try this particular yellow. Let's do a slightly thinner brush so I get a little bit more control. Yeah, okay, this is probably a way to go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the dirtier yellow I think is good for like other things I've used. It doesn't really get that like glow. Yeah, I'll do that, and then I can also just hit up the sword. Ooh, actually, the sword doesn't look too bad. I think the sword basically is hitting that same shade I more or less wanted anyway. That kind of like, it's glowing, but it's kind of done in like a grimy, grungy sort of way. Okay. Sword's doing pretty good. Eyes, I might touch up a little bit more in a bit. Axe is doing... it's fun. at the end of the day, this is a backlog model that I just really want to get done. So if I fuck up and like it's not like the bestest ever, I'm okay with writing this one off as like a, yeah, you know, mistakes were made. I could even just make that tire axe and glow, but just leave the glow kind of isolated to that. There we go. Actually, that turns out pretty good. I just leave those like white areas alone, but just kind of take the rest of the metal and just kind of blow it around. Yay, there we go. I learned today that I definitely 100% really need white oil paints. Because maybe the white oil paint stuff that like the elementarista guy does, he makes it look so easy because he gets that like the viscosity just right, so he can kind of like panel line where he just like pokes it in there and it really just like hugs the recesses. And I would love that. That sounds great. But I have not tried to. I tried to do a shortcut with what I got right here and right now, and that was probably not the best. There we go. It. We're doing good. Eyeball. I can do more of an active little dot on there, so it's a little bit better. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That fixed that eye. This eye is also been fixed. Maybe thin this out, try to kind of like get a little bit on there. I think what happened, like the whites are too thin. I wonder if I almost should have just did the glow without the whites, I'd probably be fine. I think I can fix it though. I think as long as I can kind of do. And even also just go back with the metal color and kind of like just touch those up. That might not be the worst. It's like that looks really bad. But maybe also if I just like yellow this up enough that it'll kind of. Actually, oh, it's actually kind of working. More pigment, please. I'm just waiting for the inevitable pressure to cause this just to squirt like a million billion gallons of the fucking zealot yellow over my lap. That looks sufficiently gross on the blade. I mean, this guy is going to be like a Nurgle line guy, so I'm okay with that. Even get like a little bit of like current glow just to kind of like up. But yeah, I mean, one option is kind of doing what I did with this up on here. How do I fix this? I'm like super close, so it's like for me, it's like I just gotta like get it over the finish line, but I like stumbled. I'm gonna blow dry this to kind of give me a little bit more working time. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got? Hello. I can tell this is a little wiggly because like the original weapon just kind of ended up pretty fucked. Like I think that snapped off like 2 or 3 times. The Space Marine chapter clan. I'm gonna make my own clan battle mech. Wait, you're gonna do like Space Marine. Wait, you're gonna do your own clan then? Okay. Wait, I'm kind of mixed where you're going with that, so I'm curious. There is a joke. I have never told a joke in my life, so you will need to explain it to me. I go back to the original map. Oh, that kind of fixes that. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? I'm working on this guy. I kind of fucked up a little bit. But I think I can salvage it. There we go. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so the blade looks pretty good. I might even do it still another layer of the, hold on. There we go, there we go, there. Oh shit, I think I pivoted. I still kind of like the slight glow on there, so maybe what I gotta do is now I just take that, then I've kind of like reset it a bit. And Diamond Shark Clancy Fox is, oh yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, you're talking fucking BattleTech Clan. I don't know why I was blanking on that, like what you were asking, what were you implying with that. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. If I take this just a wee bit and then just kind of, oh, there we go. There's a really gross, weird metal glow. All right, there we go. March conventions kind of work. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I definitely there was a point where I was looking more into it because I still think I really like the idea of the clans more than a lot of the Innersphere stuff, just because I just love how inherently like batshit and weird they are. I just find that kind of neat. How you doing, Fallen? How you doing? Welcome. I am currently unbotching some stuff by making weird, gross, kind of yellowish looking metal. I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing that around the, like getting like a really, really thin bit around the stuff. I don't know. I think leaving little remaining fragments of that in the cracks isn't too bad. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm not going to agitate that further. And then that like weird metal texture on there. Thank you. This guy has definitely gone through a journey, and there's been a lot of like little fuck ups and stuff. Oh shit, he's got still got like one little chunk that was a little bit of that like metal. A little bit on there. See if I can blow dry that. Oh yeah, I know really basic clan stuff like that. I just don't know like the like I could tell you that there's a clan named Smoke Jaguar, but I cannot tell you what their specialty is. I guess that's my clan knowledge really at the end of the day. A really thin layer on there just to make it look really sick. Let's go. Sword is perfect. I'm not gonna touch that shit. Like the occasional, just like a little thin sort of bit. The eyes haven't been too bad. I could add like a little bit more glow on there. There we go. It's because this clan that just sucks and I can seal off because okay. So maybe that's why I remember that. Maybe that's why I remember that one in particular. Is there any ways to do? I thought, yeah, that's Ghost Bear. They all also, like, I assume this is just because of the era, but every clan also just happens to sound a lot like Legend of the Hidden Temple teams. Like just they like that, or I guess American Gladiators also work too. Like their names are a very specific period of their time, and I love them. I know they're based on like animal names and stuff like that. I just mean the general naming scheme of them is very very particular to the era they're from. Is what I'm trying to say. There's like, oh, the slime. Yes, I want to get a little bit of goo in there. Oh shit, it's in a different room. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I know I've been taking a lot of like BRBs in this, but this will be real fast. Hold on. Specifically because I've been moving a lot of stuff between rooms, so it's like the ooh glue is with my little like rolly dolly thing, which is in a different room. Yeah, like if I looked up like a list of clan names. Yeah, Shrine of the Silver Monkey lives in my brain rent-free forever. Like, in the grandest scheme of things in my life, it really shouldn't, but it's like, Shrine of the Silver Monkey is just fucking there. So, got my goop. Okay, hold on, beer. There we go. Luckily for this guy, I don't think I need to do any, like, real elaborate, like different colors or whatever. I think, we're like mixed materials. I just gotta get the goop in the mouth. Caught in the teeth. Gotta like. There we go. Hey, there we go. He's got like one big slobber trail, which I know is not going to survive contact with like literally anything. No, that's too much. Put it straight down though. It's not that bad. It's not that weird that he would drool like down. Okay, it snapped. Yeah, this is fun. This is fun. There we go. I don't think you guys can really see that. There we go. There's like one strand of drool there. All right. Any? Yeah, I never like once again like. I wonder if they purposely made the children fuck it up for like television moments, because like even as a dumb kid, I'm like, you're doing it wrong. It's backwards. What are you doing? How did you fuck this up? Like it was like, you know, it seemed really obvious in hindsight that they were fucking this up. But like yelling at the TV wouldn't do a whole lot, unfortunately. Yeah, so if I look up like BattleTech clan names, they are all. Let me see. Let's see. Let me get a list up. See, let me find the list. Let's see. We got let me see. BattleTech clan. There we go. All right, let me see. So I got Sarna.net. So we got a couple. Let's see if I can find the big old list of clans. Let me do that. List of clans. All right, so we got Clan Blood Spirit, we got Clan Burrock, we got Clan Cloud Cobra, one just called Coyote, Diamond Shark, Fire Mandrill, Ghost Bear, Goliath Scorpion. We have Clan Danny Nitro. We have Clan Erica Diamond. We have Jim Laser. We have Debbie Storm. We have Steve Tower and Galen Turbo. Then in 1995 we have Lee Hawk. We have Victoria Jazz, Jim Laser, Lynn Red Williams Saber, and then we got Shirley S and Corrido Sky. I think, I also, sorry, my bad. It's fucked up. I skipped a couple of these. I also skipped Tanya Gold, Danny Lee Clark Nitro, Shari Pendleton Blaze, and Robert Bruce Campbell Bronco. I'm going to be honest. I did start listing off American Gladiator names. Like, listen, come on. Clan Gold Tanya might as well be a real clan. Who gives a shit? It's fine. That's so good. There we go. I also like how there's Clan Wolf. Like, some of these are just like, there's Clan like Steel Viper. Clan Wolf. We didn't think of a fun name for that one. All right, there we go. Yeah, exactly. It's hard not to poke fun because the names, like, I don't hate the names, just to be clear. They're just very of their time, and it makes me smile how of their time they are. You, buddy. The glow effects have been fixed-ish. Everything's dried as far as glue goes. There we go. Yeah, I was about to say that you could also say that they are minor league I would say minor league baseball teams. Either works. Let's see, minor league baseball team. Let's see. Let's go on Wikipedia. Is there just like a list? I would just like to see leagues and organizations. Fuck, that's what. Let's see. That's what I need. List of minor league baseball teams. All right, there we go. So okay. I'm just gonna start looking at minor league teams, and I'm just gonna put Clan in front of part of their name. Clan Iron Pigs, Clan Storm Chasers, Clan Red Wings, Clan Space Cowboys, Clan Sea Wolves, Clan Rumble. I love Clan Rumble Ponies. Oh, that's excellent. All right, there we go. We got Clan Trash Pandas. We got Clan Rockhounds. We have Clan Wild Surge. We got Clan River Bandits. Clan Timber Rattlers fits. Clan Skycarp. Let's see. Clan Spartan Burgers, the Hub City Spartan. Oh my god. I know so little about minor league baseball, but I want to say that every team has the best name of all time. The best of all time. Like, okay, like check this out. So this is the Hub City Spartan Burgers. That's their mascot. Perfect. Mwah, chef's kiss. Would not change. Would not change at all. God, is it fucked up that I kind of want to do that? I just kind of want to like make a couple of clan stars and just name them after just say, yeah, these are minor clans, you know, and just kind of just base them off of minor league baseball teams and just don't mention like, they're like, yeah, you know, these are like the clans that get killed by like the cool ones and you never hear about them in the inner sphere. All right. Anyway, this is like somebody's actually like Clan Dockhounds totally works. Oh, Clan Blue Crabs. Fuck yeah, let's go. Okay, anyway. This is a black hole that I will never leave. All right, if I remember right. Oh, one thing I need to do with this guy is the tail got like a little like the I believe the enamel pulled kind of weird on there. Yeah. I think all I need to really do is just kind of like take the original brown paint I was using, kind of. I need to just like. I just let the Uhu glue sit in my lap, and I'm like, this, you know. I can just kind of take that, just kind of just like. There we go. I'm effectively cheating by just taking a very thin layer of brown and just kind of like, you know. There we go. I already got some of that on the feet, so that's not too weird. And minor league baseball teams. Oh yeah, you could also just base minor league just minor league Space Marines. I could dry burst out a little bit. Okay. This guy, there's like a little bit of black paint I gotta get in that little corner. I will say, this guy has been in my backlog, unpainted, for 6 years. If you're like, man, my backlog, I will never come around to it. There's no race. It'll happen when it happens. It's fine. You only have the rest of your life to paint all your minis. You got time. But yeah, I'm just doing one very, very quick. I think he's done. I'm okay with him being done. The only thing, wait, did I get the magnets? Yes, he's got magnets. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I have been in and out in the hobby for a while, because like I said, I started back in 2011 for War Machine. I got out around like late 20... maybe like late 2020, like late 2013, I took like a huge break until like 20. Oh, there we go. Until, if you're wondering like what's up with this is for filming because it's got everything minimized. The Eastminster Middle School's maggot kid. That does feel like it's like, yeah, exactly. It's got that like, I think this is just like just really just like, aha, it's the Birmingham adjective nouns. Fuck, hold on, I fucked up. There we go. Misclicked. Also, unfortunately, that reset all you guys' chat. You're here. You guys are here. You've just accidentally been banished to the void. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, the 2019, 2020 boy is done. And like, realistically, I'm probably going to use him maybe this upcoming weekend. If I don't use him this upcoming weekend, I'm going to be big sad. So I'm definitely going to do that, I think. You making a video? Nah. Like, so I have a video in mind that I'm working on. Unfortunately, life threw me the curveball of this apartment hunt, or else I would have started working on that video like maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I have a lot of stuff printed out for it that I need, and I've been getting stuff ready and writing the script, but like, unfortunately, these weekends I've been just using it, been just apartment hunting and packing and stuff like that. So there is a video coming. It's going to be, I don't know when it's going to be. No, I still need to work on that one. That one has been filmed. I just need to edit that one. I do need to edit that one for sure. Because like I said, I got all the footage of it, of the verdigris coins. Like the funny thing with that one is that I actually used the coins I made for the demonstration purposes in that video like a lot. I really, really, really like the coins I used for that. But yeah, no, I do need to like actually like make that a short or whatever. That's more in production than the one I really want to do. I wish I could say anything other than life has been really hectic. So like, I want to do more videos, but like, you know, I would really like shit to calm down, please. But videos will happen. I do need to do more. I do need to do more for sure. But yeah, no, verdigris will be real. And then also I think especially like, how much, cause I still got so much more to pack too. Oh God. Oh Jesus. I've been trying to basically pack everything that's like non-essential, which turns out to be like a lot of books and minis and stuff like that. Like the deep backlog minis. And that's been going good. That has been going good. I'm also realizing that like when the day comes, I need to hire moving men. Cause like I could probably handle most things, but I realize that like, I'm pretty sure if I move my book collection again by myself, I will explode. I will physically explode. I think it's understandable, but I always still feel bad too, because I want to do more. I genuinely do, but between like trying to like unfuck my brain in my house and stuff, I'm like, ugh. It has been more uphill, more of an uphill battle than I would like. But there's also people that make more videos doing like with less going, like with more going on. So I feel it's a very first world problem for sure. It's a very first world problem. They're like, aw, things have been too crazy and I can't make my YouTube videos. But for real, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm also now being haunted by the idea of the minor league clan, because I do have the BattleTech box. Like I do have the clan box in my, oh no shit, that's been packed up. I packed up the clan box along with my other BattleTech box because I was like, you know, I don't need this right now. This is my own personal hell. I'm cursed with ideas, but they're like, I guess technically there is nothing stopping me from opening a box. Unfortunately, I don't take exact inventory. Like I'll just write like what's on here, minis. Like, oh yeah, how what else do you have in your house? Minis and books and minis and books. There's some variation of those two things. So, what the fuck is up with this purple? Like I gotta get a new purple or something, because like I'm not even really thinning this. This is like the third coat of this fucking purple on black. And it goes pretty well. And then like I look back at it, and it's almost been like the paint has been secretly removed by a ghost. I don't understand. You can also get the, so like, oh yeah, because like what I did for his feet, I guess I could also just rip you off the base too. There we go. One of these is a regular foot, and the other is a what's it called? It is a like part of the original. It was a Poxwalker, yeah. It was a Poxwalker, just like random tentacle. Because I definitely made these guys at the stage where it was like, well, I want to make them official to play at a Games Workshop store, but I also want to make this look more like Nurgly and match my army. I actually don't even know what happened to the original head, because like the sorcerers actually do have like really cool base heads. I would really like to have access to that. Been eating it. Oh, it's, that's fucked up. I gotta get this guy going. You're eating all my delicious paint. I understand it is very delicious, but still, I need that. I need that. Yeah, I look at Clan Pistols as a kid when I was mid-drink. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, that was a mistake. But yeah, I mean, okay, at least the layering. Oh my god, yeah, like look at this. It's drying, but is already starting to fade. What the fuck is this paint? I mean, luckily I am going to the shop on Sunday. God, yeah, I guess it's gonna be a while before I go to the shop. Never mind. What is it? I could go to. Oh yeah, I can also paint his like little wiggly bits. Move the bottom. My bases go. I'm so upset though because I ordered some cavalry bases for some like light cavalry stuff, and those bases are currently like I ordered them and I think I just got regular 25 mil bases, and that makes me sad because I was like, well, 25 millimeter squares is nice. There's technically another one of those like, oh, I look at things that I own and I begin to recontextualize in my brain. I was like, so like there's a Lannister versus Stark starter box for the Song of Ice and Fire war game. It's a pretty solid box, and like I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna use all of the Stark side for that game. Back when that was more of a thing I was looking into. That's when I was trying to like kind of ease my way back into wargaming. But I still got the Starks, the Lannister side of it, and I was like, what the fuck do I do with these? What do I do with the Lannister side of this? And I was just like, a lot of Lannister models look like they could be like very typical Empire guys. I got like my heavy armor dudes. I got dudes with great swords. I got some bow guys. Actually, maybe I have some bow guys. But like, I could technically build an Empire army with those. Just basically rebase those. The thing is, I don't think I'd get too many units done before I would get too lost in the sauce. But like, that might not be a terrible start at the very least. That's all good, Fuber. Have yourself a good night. Take it easy, yo. There is. Oh yeah, there's actually two of them. One of them is a skirmish game, which I don't know much about. I think the skirmish game is like new as of last year. The war game is actually really fun. It is. I would say it's more like functionally a. So it's not a skirmish game in model count, but you effectively play with like, I believe each army has like 8 points. And you could use those points to buy like a leader or a unit or whatever. There's some amount of point trickery you can do. So you end up with probably like 4 or 5 like little movement trays around the table. And then you also have a separate politics board that's off to the side. So like you can like, in the politics board will have certain things. It's like if you capture a certain spot on the board, like your guy can get like an extra charge or whatever, or like, and there's also like some cards that's like some dudes that like when you own a certain spot, like mercenaries specifically, if you're holding like the gold spot for the politics board, they get a lot of boosts and stuff like that. And like that's really, really neat. It's a really cool game, and it's like one that gets updated a decent amount. Also, so like also you have a handful of cards. Most of the cards are from your faction in particular, and but otherwise they'll come specifically from your leader. And like leaders will have like difference. Like I was playing Ned Stark, and his thing was he had his own cool bodyguard unit, but a lot of his cards were based on sort of like healing his guys and then kind of like striking back. It was a very turtly defensive army. But you could also run in Starks, you could run like one of the barbarian dudes, and like he would definitely like you get a lot more cards that would let you activate your dudes and like let them make extra charges or like let them ignore any damage that's on them, because they effectively have like 3 rows of dudes. It's like if you're not cavalry, you're in like effectively like a 4 dudes in a row and then like 3 rows deep. And like the more rows you get damage, like the less attacks you get and stuff like that. Unless you're like a berserker unit, the more damage you take, the more attacks you get, which is kind of neat. It's a very cool game, but also it is the absolute like monkey paw fucked up bit about this. It's a cool mini or not game. I think they still own the license right now, but also cool mini or not is just kind of like a bad at advertising their shit, and they're like, I don't think they're like an actively malicious company. Like, I don't think I would be like, ah, yes, cool mini or not, those bastards. No, but they're definitely like one of the kings of mismanaging shit. I will say, if you are ever interested in the game, the starter boxes are like $100 and they pretty much come with like a fully playable army. And so like if you and a buddy, because they used to have like this, like I said, the Stark versus Lannister set. I don't believe they sell that anymore. But if you can find it, that's also like a good way to get into it. You'll need to print new cards though, because the cards change on like, that's the one really annoying part, because it's like, it's a digitally balanced game, but there's a physical component with the cards. But you can always just like, you know, have sleeves and then just like put cards into the sleeves, and that also will be fine. But yeah, no, it's a very cool game. Before I was sort of like changing my mind, like, but okay, before I discovered that there's someone who was playing Turnip near me, sort of like Razbam for DCs. I don't know what you mean by that. Let's see, maybe if we Google Razbam, I'll find out what that is. Aw. I don't... It looks like fighting simulator stuff? Okay. I was like, is this something I should know about? And like, I know very little about flying sim stuff. So that would explain that. I was like, oh god, okay. I'm allowed to be confused. This is hella outside my area of expertise. There we go. Look at you, buddy. You're coming together. This guy's like the fucking... So many... How? It's... Purple's dark again. What the fuck? How? I just did this! How thin it... Like, I'm not even, like... Like, I'm not even really thinning this. It's like, it goes on really, like, this shade is very nice, and then it dries. I guess I've always used this color on a gray base. I don't think I've ever really done it on black. I didn't think that would matter, though. If anything, I thought the benefit would be like, yeah, you know, dark purple base. This will be fine. Keep going for that. Or if my various company. Ah, I got you. Okay, what? I'll use a thick brush and just try to get like really into there real quick. Because once again, like, I'm getting the 30mm square bases for all these guys tomorrow, yeah. So the plan will be, I think, especially once I get them on those bases, they'll like, I can kind of manipulate them a lot better and just kind of like spin them around shit. And under delivering. Well, I don't know if I would say so. Like, I would argue also, like, one thing that they've done that I've not been a big fan of, cool mini or not, is a lot of times they will do like a Kickstarter game. And the Kickstarter will go really, really well, but then like afterwards, the game is basically like dropped. They just don't give a shit. And then because, you know, the game like is no longer, is like, this happened with Wrath of Kings, where it's like it had one of the earlier Kickstarters for war games, did pretty well, and then like, you know, it had never hit stores anywhere. And like that was during a period where, like, you know, I think you can get away with that if you are like Turnip or Trench Crusade, where the idea of like there's a lot of people that really like the idea of Trench Crusade and won't play Trench Crusade until you can buy a mini in a store. And like, I don't even necessarily blame them. That's not that weird of an ask in the grand scheme of things. But like, Like, but you do got options. In Wrath of Kings, it's like you need, new blood. And if they're not coming in from the Kickstarter, they're not coming in. And that was real fucking tragic. But they've done some other like weird shit too. I think unfortunately they're hemorrhaging money. So like last I was checking, they're selling off some like licenses and stuff to try to stay afloat. I don't know how long that's gonna, I don't know how long it's gonna last for. I don't know. Like, I don't wish them like ill will. Like, I would like they keep like the game designers they have and the mini sculptors they have are genuinely really talented. They make cool shit. They just manage it really poorly. And I think it's, it's that usual case of like every wargaming company is ran bad. I don't think there's one that isn't ran bad, but not everyone. Oh, let me fix it up. That does not have Games Workshop's like endless sources of wealth to get around that. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. And fucking, if you remember, like it was Fang and Margot were doing Donkey Kong. Fang released like a pretty solid cover. I don't know what this song is from, but it's pretty banging. But yeah. Oh, speaking of which, so Weird, the company behind WYRD, the company behind Malifaux. So they had a game called The Other Side, which is supposed to be like in Malifaux, you're sort of fighting the forces of in like a kind of frontier sort of like steampunk western town, and then meanwhile on Earth shit's fucked. It was supposed to be the shit's fucked version of that. And it never really did super well. However, they've started releasing the STLs for that game on My Mini Factory, which is kind of surprising. Like, that seems to be the, like, this is a trend that I think is really neat. Yeah, so it's like, the game itself looked neat, but like, it was another one that was like a big Kickstarter game. I never saw it in a store. They also did something weird where like the minis were like pre-built to try to lower the barrier of entry, but you know, when you pre-build a mini, there's like certain, as far as I can tell, the only minis game that ever really super benefited from pre-built minis was like HeroClix, and that was mostly licensed bullshit, and then Star Wars, yeah. But yeah, now you can straight up just go to My Mini Factory and buy an entire faction, I guess. I don't know. The thing is, like, I don't know how much more they got to do. Like, you know, like if I was to get a faction from the game, probably the Cult of the Burning Man, because it's, you know, it's the kind of shit I like, and also I could use a lot of that for like my other games and just be fine. But yeah, I'm legitimately curious if that, like, the idea of taking games that are dead or neglected and bringing them over to 3D printing, I find fascinating. It's like a lot of like War Machine's doing actually pretty well these days, from what I understand, but like taking factions from them that were like limited run or like kind of like small factions. Yeah. Malifaux is dead where I'm at. There used to be a Malifaux area. Like, there used to be a Malifaux group, and I think there's every now and then somebody will ask if there's Malifaux players nearby. I have not responded to that because I keep missing those. Also, I don't have like... I have Malifaux minis. A lot of them are like things that I painted really early on, so like I'm not super embarrassed by them. Okay, there is one I feel pretty bad. So like there are these like drowned zombie guys, right? And like they, at the time, they looked pretty good. And I covered them with some effects that like kind of like made them look like glossy and wet. And I will say, after about like 10 years, that glossy effect paint, I don't know a way to say this without being crude, but it does make them look like they've been cum blasted. And I look at them like, oh God, I need to like strip all the paint and fix you. But like, I have too many other projects, and like, I don't need drowned zombie right now. I guess if I actually, I haven't played a lot of Necropolis 28 recently. And one of my Malifaux factions is Rezzers. I could very much be killing two birds with one oh fuck, okay. This is what happens. I trick myself into projects. I don't realistically, I mean, I've packed all my Malifaux shit anyway, so like I could not reach those even if I wanted to. But who knows, maybe when I go to the new apartment, I could be like, all right, these are all the undead minis I had for Malifaux. How can I get those going? Big hats. Whatever the goblin, like the family, the sister, the Ophelia one, I believe. For Rezzers, I have Forgotten, Red Chapel, whatever Nicodeme used to be. I had the old Nicodeme metal version and like the stuff like that, but he's been fucking dead for a while. And then whatever McMornings is. I don't remember the exact names for that. I have been added, like, if she was added recently, I was playing back in Mark II. Mark III was sort of where the game died near me. Look, is Emmeline Bellarose, though. Oh, she looks cute. Oh, is she supposed to be... Oh, is she an alternate Seamus? Oh, okay. She looks fine. All for the Madame. No, listen. Having a, like, you know, I don't want to crank it to the current Madame, but she's supposed to be a weird, gross, like bloated zombie lady. Like, could I go for the alt that makes her like a petite woman? Sure, but like, you know, she's supposed to be a horrible undead monster. I'm okay with that. Plus, it's not, you know, it's not like Malifaux is short on cute girls. Oh, I have Reva too. Speaking of which, I have Reva as whatever her thing, Revenant, I think, her keyword. And like, you know, I could probably eventually get all my stuff together and figure out like what I got and what I need to do. Still swap to be fair. My enjoyment in horrible things is pretty high. So like if I'd see something like weird and grotesque, I'm like, yippee, cool. I never committed, but I also have a lot of the ancestors for Yan. I actually don't have Yan Lo himself, but I have Toshiro, the big, okay, I don't remember exactly their name. I have the dude who is like a fucking, he's like a samurai guy with his guts spilled out. I have the big suit of armor, and I also have, I show her every now and then. I got her, the Mononongle. I think it's right. There's a Mononongle VTuber. Mononongle? I think it's right. Yancha. I think Yancha's still active, I think. It's really weird. Once again, lately I've been in a weird space for like VTubing nostalgia. So like a lot of people that I started with have just kind of, you know, stopped. A lot of them have like come back though, or they're still active. Like this is gonna sound weird because he's been active as an artist for a while. I lost track of there's a guy named Valifor who like early on in like English VTubing debuted like a really crazy buck wild mecha like model. And you know, people still don't like making mecha models. But, like he did like a really, really good one. And then he's like, well, I don't know, I like doing the art. I don't know if the streaming part's right for me. And I guess he's still active. I guess maybe he came back, or I don't know what happened. I just like sometimes just generally lose track of people. I think Yancha's still active, I think. I would need to check. I don't know. Also, that's also gonna sound weird because I'm also on Blue Sky, but I've also like lost track of some people until I found them again on Blue Sky. There's a Warhammer artist that I used to follow called Jet Black Raider, she does like a lot of like, she doesn't like a lot of Dark Eldar, but she does it in like a very, I think I just need to show an example of her art. It's really, really good. She makes them all kind of like playful, malicious cats. That is not the best way to sell that, but like, let's see. Like, I'm gonna post a picture of her art. And I think, oh god, I don't think she's posted art in a while. Oh, so many cats. Oh crack! I thought she had. Did I get a wrong account? Oh, maybe she's one of those people that post like a million images. Yeah, Yancho, that one. Yeah. This is gonna drive me fucking nuts. Where's her? I thought I just saw her post art the other day. Oh shit, she did a really cool word bear one. Hold on. Okay, this is so I'm just gonna stop here and just go with this piece. Also, she has a really cool word bear one. Holy shit. I don't think I've ever seen her draw word bears before. But hey, let's go. All right. So like, also, fucking absolute Lorgar. But this is what I'm talking about. She draws her Dark Elder like this, which I really like. Like she's interesting because she kind of makes them like fun and playful, but also they're still bastards. They're still like, yeah, like haha, tee who should I skin today? Haha. And like, yeah, I just lost track of her entirely, and then it turns out she just kind of quietly went to Blue Sky. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm also on that side. Yeah, she does a really good, yeah. She has like a really distinct style. It's really, really good. Let's see if I can find like another piece that's more, oh my god. People who paint a million pictures that are cats are like, you know, you're allowed to, it's your blog, but man, finding specific art is ungodly difficult. Yeah, okay, this is a pretty solid one. I'm vibing to this music, don't mind me. There we go. There we go. Yeah, this is another one. Like it's a really good style. Here, let me post her link. Let me post her link for people who would like to follow along. There we go. Yeah, I remember at one point, unfortunately she's one of those like people that like if you're somebody who is a shithead with a Black Templar PvP profile pic, you see her have fun on the internet and they're like, this cannot stand, and unfortunately that gets really aggravating. Like I think she got targeted by that a little bit. That kind of bullshit for a while, so I can see why she kind of just quietly slipped away to Blue Sky. I'm glad I found her on accident, though. And I've been doing that sometimes with, like, older VTubers. There's also even, like, I was even, like, looking through some stuff. There was, like a Spider Girl VTuber that I just did not know about who's been active for, like, a million billion years. And I was sort of just looking through people that were, like, active as a VTuber when I was one, and I just, like, you know, just totally missed this lady. She might still stream. I definitely seen her post a lot of art, the spider lady. There we go. But yeah, it's been neat. But yeah, the Jet Black Raiders does pretty legit shit. I wonder if I could get her to draw. I mean, she can. I don't think she does commissions, but I might need to double check on that because, you know, I can be somewhat of a smug elf. I don't know. Hey, how you doing, Kari? How you doing? Yeah, effectively, yeah. It's like the way like, and it's kind of been like that forever. I also think at some point I tricked myself out of the general sphere of like what is like consensus indie VTubing. I feel like I used to be a thing. Like I was able to follow a lot more. Like I think the last time I got anything like in that like sphere recently is the whole Mayoshi stuff. I feel like I just accidentally disconnected myself through just algorithmic nonsense. I don't know. It feels weird. How you doing, Corey? How you doing? I'm painting some horrible plague flesh because the manga I was working on today is done. I might find like one or two small things afterwards, but like I think for the most part, the lad after sitting in my backlog for 6 years, it feels buck wild, is done. But yeah, let me show everyone the nice one. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Here, I can at least show you the end results. There we go. The lad. I don't know how I feel about the grass I used. I found the bag of mysterious dead grass. That's fine. I'm okay with it. I don't know if I'll use it again, but like at least for this, it feels fine. But yeah, this is the lad. But yeah. Oh yeah, you've been hella busy. I'm feeling you. Recently, I had my landlord sell my house, he wants to sell my house. So he's like, all right, after this lease period, you gotta get out. So I've been also very busy with prepping for move stuff. So I feel ya. Shit could happen like that. It's just like, oh my god, what the fuck? You guys saw this. I painted him. So this whatever purple I'm using goes on incredibly well until it dries, and then it just basically erases itself. Molto bene, chef's kiss. Okay, let me do. I think it's time to get off for tonight, but I'm gonna do. So I just need to get like a little bit on the back. So if I can just get like just slightly. Oh, I don't have that much more on my palette. Anyway, maybe okay. Maybe I'll just go to the shop and pick up me a better dark purple. That'll save me some headaches. But yeah, let's go to the chatting screen. Wow. All right, thank you Thank you for coming, nerds. I had a lot of fun schedule-wise. Basically a repeat of this week. However, if you are not aware, daylight savings time is upon us. I will try to adjust the schedule according to like, I'll change that to like EST or whatever. But things are just gonna be an hour later by just the way the passage of time works. Tuesday, I'm gonna for movie night, we're gonna be watching Aragon. God damn, I keep saying Aragon because I have not ever seen that, and I cannot imagine it's gonna be any good. On Tuesday, I'm gonna be working on some turnip models, specifically I'm going to be working on the Wandering Morris that I was working on previously, Thursday for Half-Life, and Sunday, I don't know what I'm painting yet, but probably some Blight King. So yeah. And then everybody on the YouTube side, I'm going to cut you nerds loose. So bye YouTube people. Bye-bye. And who is live and doing